Hello? Take me. Huh? Hello?
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Aparnajit, and it is my privilege and honor to serve as the host for today's prestigious occasion, that is, the Global Nexus Series of International Conferences 2024. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a sincere and heartfelt welcome to one and all gathered here. So today, we gather as a global community to share our views and to share the spirit of knowledge and collaboration. So when we are about to begin this transformative journey together, I invite all of you to engage, inspire, and be inspired. Your contributions are the heartbeat of this event, and I'm pretty sure the dialogues we foster here, they will definitely create an impact, and I think a sort of remarkable impact on everyone gathered over here. So before we start, or before we dive into this intellectual phase, let's take a moment to celebrate, or let's take a moment to know what all things have made this gathering possible. So you will truly understand the vision and dedication behind this innovative series of conference. So now it's time for us to present a video introducing the Writers Capital Foundation. Now, let me give you a brief idea about the Writers' Capital International Foundation. Writers' Capital International Foundation, it is an ISO certified non-profit organization listed under the United Nations Civil Societies. It is founded by the great visionary, poet, educationist and humanitarian Padmabhushan Dr. And the foundation unites writers, artists, and creators from around the globe, trying to give you a dynamic platform to express creativity and to share our stories across the globe. And the Panorama conducts Writers Capital Foundation conducts events like Panorama International Literature Festival, Panorama Arts Festival, Global Vision Summit, and the Global Nexus series. It also supports the young talents through their subsidiary works like Writers Capital Foundation, Writers International Edition, and the virtual magazines. The foundation's commitment to holistic development, cultural exchange, and the environmental advocacy, all this continues to weave a global tapestry of unity, compassion, and inspiration. So without any further ado, let me invite Professor Irene Dore Kavadia for the welcome speech. Madam Irene Dore Kavadia is a linguist, writer, and educator from Athens, Greece, with a background in German language, literature, and computational linguistics. She has worked as a tutor, translator, and research associate, specializing in European patents. And she is involved in various literary and cultural projects, and she has participated in international literary competitions. She currently serves as the Secretary General of Writers International Capital, Editor-in-Chief of the Writers International Edition, and she has been actively involved in organizing the cultural events, initiatives, and she's trying to promote the humanitarian values and at the same time education. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ajit. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and dear friends, it is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all in this inaugural session of the Global Nexus series of international conferences. As Secretary General of the Writers Capital International Foundation, I stand before you today with immense pride, representing not only our collective aspirations, but also the illustrious vision of our President, Padmabhushan Dr. Nambiar is, like he also said, a renowned humanitarian, a prolific writer, and inspirational poet. He has authored several acclaimed books and has contributed extensively to literary and philosophical discourses, advocating for cultural diversity and global harmony. His initiatives often focus on uplifting underserved communities and promoting creative expression as a tool for peace and understanding. As the founder, president of the Writers' Capital International Foundation, he's at the helm of an organization dedicated to promoting literature, culture, and humanitarian efforts worldwide. His unwavering commitment to humanity, knowledge, and creative empowerment serves as a beacon guiding us all at all times, for which we wholeheartedly thank him. The Writers' Capital International Foundation, at its very core, is driven by a profound mission to unite hearts and minds across the globe through the transformative power of words, creativity, and knowledge. Our shared vision is to foster a world enriched by cultural diversity, mutual understanding, and the relentless pursuit of universal peace and well-being. Through our initiatives, we try to combine people and to give the voice to writers, creators, and thinkers whose voices echo far beyond borders. We believe it is our prime responsibility to act for social causes, and we aim to reinforce values for humanity that would benefit the whole world. Today marks the beginning of an extraordinary journey, the Global Nexus Conference Series. This series is not merely a conference, but a confluence of diverse perspectives, disciplines, and innovative ideas. It is a platform where the brilliance of academic inquiry meets the boundless creativity of the human spirit. We are especially delighted to unveil the Global Nexus Review, a peer-reviewed journal that will serve as a prestigious outlet for multidisciplinary research and scholarly exploration. This initiative underscores our commitment to nurturing intellectual excellence and providing global recognition for groundbreaking ideas. As we embark on this remarkable endeavor together, let us embrace the ethos of collaboration and mutual learning that defines the spirit of the Global Nexus Conference Series. Let this be a forum where our collective wisdom shapes the narratives of progress, innovation, and hope. Today also marks yet another milestone in our Foundation's history, as well as that of the Writers' International Edition publishing house. The launch of the prestigious Quill Compendium, a magazine uniting voices of authors and creators from across the globe. At this point, I wish to extend my deepest appreciation to our distinguished speakers, including the Venerable Padmabhushan Dr. Pratibha Ray, recipient of India's highest literary honor, the Jnanpith Literary Award. Also, the esteemed Professor Dr. Meenakshi Mohan, chairperson of the visionary Global Nexus series. Professor Dr. Nandini Sahu, author, former director of IGNU. As today's keynote speaker, Ambika Anand, chairperson of the advisory board of Global Nexus series. Dr. Adyasha Das and Dr. Milan Franz, the members of the steering committee of the Global Nexus series. Dr. Zainatul Shahida Abdul Rahman, coordinator for Asian countries, all of you fellow academicians and all the brilliant minds who have joined us today. Moreover, my heartfelt appreciation goes to our dedicated host, moderator, and organizing teams for their tireless efforts in bringing this vision to life. Together, let us make this inaugural session a milestone in the global discourse of knowledge and innovation. On behalf of the Writers' Capital International Foundation, I welcome you all to a celebration of ideas, humanity, and shared purpose. Thank you for being part of this journey. With warm regards and best wishes for a successful event from Athens, Greece, Irene Kavadia, on behalf of the Foundation and our Honorable President, Preet Padmanabhan Nambiar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for giving a bird's eye view of Writers Capital International Foundation and how we are trying to break all the barriers and build a world beyond the borders. Now, I am pleased to welcome Dr. Meenakshi Mohan, chairperson of the Global Nexus series of International Conferences 2024 for the presidential address. Dr. Meenakshi Mohan, she is an editor, academic, a critic, children's writer, painter, and a poet. She has taught at universities in Chicago, Boston, and more recently, Townsend University in Maryland. Her specialization is early childhood leadership and advocacy. She has published in this area and presented numerous papers and workshops. Her book reviews, art critiques, interviews, and poems, they regularly appear in journals and anthologies. She has been listed twice in Who is Who Among Teachers anthology. She has authored 3 children's picture books, The Rainbow in My Room, The Gift, and The Rebirth of the Demon, and co-edited a book of poetry for children. In addition, she has edited Tamamchut poems of Kshitij Mohan and A Tapestry of Women in Indian Mythology. She's on the editorial team for Inquiry in Education, a peer-reviewed journal published by National Louis University, Chicago, Illinois. She is serving as an advisory editor for the Confluence, UK. She is the recipient of Panorama International Literature Festival Award 2022 and the Sedu Bilingual Award for Excellence for her Writings and Art 2022. And she has been featured in several times in local journals in the Maryland area. Over to you, Mom, and a hearty welcome.
Thank you so much, Bhumika, for such an elaborate introduction of me. And good morning, everyone from the USA. A warm welcome to you all, the distinguished participants, honorable guests, and esteemed colleagues to the Global Nexus series of International Conference on Literature, Arts, and Academia. As the chairperson of this prestigious grand event, I'm deeply honored to welcome you all to this groundbreaking initiative. Today, we begin a journey that represents not only a convergence of disciplines, but also a convergence of purpose, a shared commitment to using creativity and intellect to shape a better future for humanity. Albert Einstein once said, "Creativity is intelligence having fun." This captures the spirit of our gathering perfectly. The Global Nexus series was created with a bold vision to provide a platform where thinkers, creators, and institutions can come together to rethink how literature, arts, and academia can tackle global challenges. It's a call to action and a reminder that our efforts gain more meaning when they contribute to societal progress. I'm delighted to acknowledge the participation of some of the world's leading institutions. Their involvement has laid a strong foundation for our efforts and highlights the power of collaboration, setting an example for many more to join us in the coming months. The Global Nexus series aims to become a hub for innovative ideas, fostering partnerships across boundaries and disciplines. As chairperson, I want to emphasize our unique responsibility as creators, thinkers, and educators. We can't afford for academia and the arts to work in isolation anymore. We must engage with today's realities, addressing inequalities, conflicts, and environmental issues threatening our future. Creativity should be a tool for social change, and intellect should guide us toward meaningful action. Through initiatives like the Panorama International Arts and Literature Festival, the Writers' Capital International Foundation has shown how creativity can transform society by reaching grassroots levels, inspiring humanity, and promoting inclusivity. These efforts remind us that progress is only possible when it benefits every part of society. The Global Nexus series continues this vision by harnessing the collective power of literature, the arts, and academia for a greater purpose. On this occasion, I am thrilled to announce the launch of Global Nexus Review, an international peer-reviewed journal of multidisciplinary studies too. This journal, a natural extension of our Global Nexus initiative, will provide a dedicated platform for researchers and scholars across diverse fields to share their work with the world. To be published in both online and print formats, it aims to uphold the highest standards of academic excellence. While today, the journal's website will be officially launched as soon as we gather enough material for the printed version, we will proceed with the print edition. I hope that this would mark the beginning of what we envision as a cornerstone for multidisciplinary research and global knowledge exchange. As chairperson, my role is not just to guide this initiative, but also to challenge each of us to see participation as an opportunity to lead, whether as artists, academics, institutions, or thinkers. Our contributions to this platform are vital. Let this be a space where ideas are exchanged and transformed into actionable solutions. I must recognize, like Irene mentioned before, that Professor Preet Nambiar, founder, president, and CEO of Writers Capital International Foundation, whose vision brought us together on this platform. Professor Nambiar believed creativity must rise above personal expression, uplifting humanity and inspiring collective change. What began as a vision is now evolved into a global movement. Let us now join hands on our path to creating a much needed world of humanity. This is the beginning of a long and meaningful journey, one that will evolve with the contributions of everyone here and those who will join us in the future. Together, let us shape the Global Nexus series into a symbol of hope, creativity, and collaboration for future generations. Let me conclude today's address with Maya Angelou's words. You can't use up creativity. The more you use, the more you have. Let this inspire us all as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for enlightening us with your words on creativity and how that can transform society and the role of personal expression by ultimately quoting the words of Maya Angelou. Now, it's time for the much awaited inaugural address by the Padmabhushan, Padma Shri, and Jnanpith winner, Dr. Pratibha Ray. The frank and fearless voice in contemporary literature, and above all, an intense human being. A brief intro about Dr. Pratibha Ray. A professor by profession and a writer by choice. Dr. Pratibha Ray, she undoubtedly is a household name in Odisha and in most parts of India through her translated works. She is one of the leading fiction writers in India today. It has been a long journey for Pratibha Ray from the obscure lanes of her village, Darisha, to the secure places she enjoys in the heart of her avid readers. As a committed academician, she has been involved in active research. Her boldness, courage, and commitment to work with the savage and the aggressive Bonda tribe of Koraput was commendable at a time when even a male researcher shied away from working with them. And Pratibha's voice is still a searching one in the quest of true identity. In her works, the is trying to redefine the role and determining the parameters for herself and the society in every walk of life, and perhaps revolutionizing the concept of womanhood itself. And she's one of the stalwarts of modern Odia literature. And she has received the Academy Award for her short stories. She has received the Murthy Award, Padma Shri, Padmabhushan, and Jnanpith. So with a warm gesture of respect and gratitude, we welcome Dr. Pratibha Ray, Madam, for the inaugural address. And I would like to say with utmost sorrow that she is not able to be a part of the event due to her health issues, but she has promised and she has sent a video clipping. So now we can lend our ears to what she has to speak and what she has to present as an inaugural speech. Sorry, we are facing a technical glitch. The video will be played in some time. The video will be played soon as we are facing some technical glitch.
It is an honor to inaugurate the Global Nexus series of conferences on literature, arts, and academia, an impactful initiative by the Writers' Capital International Foundation. This platform unites visionaries, scholars, and creatives globally, demonstrating the power of technology to transcend physical boundaries and foster a shared purpose. Global Nexus series is a hub for literature, arts, and academia to tackle critical societal challenges, provides a space for dialogue, collaboration, and idea generation, emphasizing the transformative synergy between creativity and intellect in driving meaningful change. This series highlights the essential role of academics and creatives in societal reform. While personal and professional growth are vital, there's an urgent need to channel these efforts towards addressing global concerns. Creativity has long been a force for social transformation, challenging injustices, fostering empathy, and inspiring solutions. Writers, artists, and scholars must leverage their work to bridge cultural divides and spark progress. The Writers' Capital International Foundation deserves applause for its grassroots initiatives, such as the Panorama International Arts and Literature Festival, which promotes compassion, cultural understanding, and humanitarian values. These efforts exemplify how creativity can inspire and unite communities for collective betterment. The Global Nexus series provides participants with a platform to explore how their work can advance these shared objectives. Interdisciplinary collaboration and a commitment to social responsibility are crucial for tackling contemporary issues. By integrating these principles, individuals can amplify their influence and contribute to global progress. The series aspires to be a transformative force, fostering intellectual and creative partnerships, inspiring action, and building lasting connections. It envisions a future where literature, arts, and academia drive equity, compassion, and innovation. With several prominent institutions already participating, this initiative has made a strong start. I hope more organizations worldwide will gradually recognize its potential and join forces to establish a truly global platform. Such collective engagement will enrich this series, enhance its impact, and promote shared progress on an international scale. My very best wishes to the organizers and the participants for a very successful series. Thank you very much.
Yes, creativity can inspire community for a global betterment. Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful and enriching speech. Now it's time for the website. It's time for the website launch of Nexus Review. Nexus Review is going to be the academic journal that is going to feature the articles presented during the Nexus series of conferences. And I invite Professor Dr. Nandini Sahu for the official release of Nexus Review Journal. Professor Nandini Sahu, the Amazon best-selling author, is a major voice in contemporary Indian English literature. She has accomplished her doctorate in English literature under the guidance of late Professor Niranjan Mohanty, Professor of English, Vishwabharati, Shantiniketan. She has been widely published in India, USA, UK, Africa, Italy, Australia, and Pakistan. Apart from numerous other literary awards, she is a triple gold medalist in English literature. She has received gold medal from the Honorable Vice President of India for her contributions to English studies in India in the year 2019. She is the recipient of prestigious Michael Madhusudan Dutt Award and Lifetime Achievement Award 2024. She is the author and editor of 21 books, the major ones being The Other Voice, The Recollection as Redemption, The Postmodernist Delegation to English Language Teaching, The Postcolonial Space, Writing the Self and the Nation, Silver Poems on My Lips, Folklore and the Alternative Modernities, Sukama and Other Poems, Sita, Dynamics of Children's Literature, and the list goes on. She is the former director, School of Foreign Languages, and currently a professor in English at Indira Gandhi National Open University, IGNOU. Her areas of research interest cover Indian literature, new literatures, indigenous knowledge systems, Hindu studies, American literature, folk literature, children's literature, and critical theory. She is the chief editor and founder editor of International Disciplinary Journal of Literature and Language, a bilingual peer-reviewed journal in English. She has designed multiple academic programs on folk literature and culture studies, American literature, post-colonial literature, British poetry, and Indian philosophical thoughts for IGNOU and many other universities. Now I invite Professor Dr. Nandini Sahu, ma'am, for the official release of the Nexus Review. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaskar. Thank you so much, Dr. Aparna, for this detailed introduction. Of course, I had requested my friend Preet not to do this, and I had sent him just a few lines, but anyway, you did it. So for today, I feel privileged to be a part of this very important meeting and to have the opportunity to launch the website Nexus Review. the academic journal featuring papers presented during the Global Nexus series of international conferences. This website is definitely going to be very important for the researchers. I'm going to share it with my students and my researchers, and I would definitely ask them to contribute to this journal. I don't know how to launch it in a virtual mode, but probably this is how one should launch a website. A very good evening to all of you, Dr. Aparna Ajit, then Dr. Irene, and then Dr. Minakshi Mohan, madam, and then Pratibha Ray, madam, in absentia, and then everyone present here, like my friend Vidita Agarwal, and then also my friend Ambika Anand, and she's a wonderful writer and a very good human being. I'm so glad to be here and be a part of this meeting. I hope I'm not leaving anyone. Moderator Dr. Bhumika Sharma and Dr. Milton, Dr. Millen, and all the participants here. A very good evening and a very good morning to people who are from US and UK. So today, my friend Preet Nambiar, he is my friend since I think 2 decades or something. I don't exactly remember the year that I got introduced to Preet Nambiar ji. We have been fellow workers, always discussing our ideas and always collaborating. And I'm so glad that in a very subdued way, without any much, any much fanfare, he has been doing such wonderful work through the Global Nexus series of international conferences by the Writers Capital Foundation. And whenever my friend Preet Nambiarji has asked me to do anything like contributing a research paper or introducing my students and researchers to him for contributing papers, I have never said no to him because I feel that he is doing so good to the society. Now, we are going through a very beautiful period where we have the opportunity to be connected with each other through this ICT, through the communication technology, and we are doing wonderful work. Most of us are engaged in very interesting and important research. Now, when Dr. Aparna Ajit was introducing me with my books and all of that, I thought I should make it a point to share with my readers and the people participating in this seminar that my engagement with green studies has been deep. I have been connected with deep ecology. I joined Indira Gandhi National Open University, the world's largest university with 8.85 million students in the year 2006 January. And that is when I proposed a PG diploma program in folklore, Lok Sahitya, in folklore and culture studies. And eventually that program was converted to an MA in folklore and culture studies. And there are 10 courses. This is just one of those courses. Where we are talking about deep ecology, the association of our civilization with the indigenous cultural heritages, folklore, and that is my association with Indian knowledge systems and indigenous knowledge systems and Hindu studies. Today, the whole country is talking about Indian knowledge systems and Hindu studies. We proposed and designed this program in the year 2008. I would repeat, we designed this program in the year 2008 with near about 20,000 pages of study material, which is open access. You can just go to google.com and find out MA in Folklore and Culture Studies, and then you will find the entire material which is open access, and you can read about the green cultural studies. So today, when Professor Preet Nambiar, the president, the CEO of this organization, and my very dear friend, he asked me to deliver the keynote address. I asked him what should be my topic. He said, take something about your association with nature, with culture. So I told that I can talk about green cultural studies. Green cultural studies, it explores the intersection of the environmental concerns and cultural analysis, offering critical insights into how ecological issues are presented, interpreted, and addressed within various cultural frameworks. And for that, today I did some research on green cultural studies vis-a-vis its association with many other literary theories. I'm going to take say 10 to 15 minutes now. I won't take much time, though he asked me to take 30 minutes, but I think everyone has a point to make here. So I'll take 10 to 15 minutes only. So green cultural studies, uh, it is associated with an idea of anthropocentrism as a binary opposition to ecocentrism. Green cultural studies, it challenges the anthropocentric, which is human-oriented ecological system, and it gives importance to intrinsic value of nature, not just human beings, but other species, other animals and birds. Everyone is as important as the human beings. This is what COVID has taught us, that the civilization is becoming too human-oriented, and it's time for us to feel and to understand that all other creatures are as important as the human beings. So this is what is a part of the green cultural studies. And under green cultural studies, we have been discussing about folklore and mythology, like Meenakshi Mohanji, a wonderful scholar sitting here. She has written and edited books on Indian mythology, where I had also contributed a couple of things. And then that book is so important for our students. I have recommended that to the students. She talks about our Indian mythology, like the ocean humanities, blue humanities, how they are a part of our living now. And then, green studies, it is a critique of capitalism and consumerism. It has issues like resource exploitation, waste production, and unsustainable practices. So green cultural studies critiques these ideas. Whenever I take PhD coursework sessions with my students, we talk about ecofeminism and eco-criticism, which usually people use in a synonymous manner, which of course I will not ask you to do. In eco-criticism, we talk about nature and the human life and the life of the animals, the birds, and everybody taken together and then presented in a way that everybody has a cohabitation. We live in a planet where everyone has been given equal importance. And when you come to ecofeminism, I think after another 2-3 years or 5 years, all other literary theories will be obsolete, and then ecofeminism will stay. Ecofeminism is one of the most important areas of research and pedagogy. Everything comes under that. Like under ecofeminism, you have senior citizens, you have environmental pollution and the challenges thereof, and then the girl child, education and livestock for all, and then child trafficking, and then so many important issues like jobs, employment for all. So everything can come under the discourse of ecofeminism. And when we talk about green studies, that definitely comes under the idea of ecofeminism, and I will slowly go to that. Under green studies, we have another area of important research study, which is representation of nature, highlighting the over-romanticized, instrumentalized narratives. We also problematize that. And we talk about the post-colonial eco-criticism. It studies the impact of colonialism on indigenous environments, and it critiques the ongoing ecological consequences of neo-colonialism. A new discourse is coming up critiquing neo-colonialism. Colonialism is over from most parts of the country. In the post-colonial world, how are we presenting ourselves? How are we critiquing the problems or addressing the problems faced by humanity? And then again, under green cultural studies, we talk about intersectionality and environmental issues, like the interconnectedness of environmental justice with race, class, gender, and global inequalities. This is what Madam Pratibha Ray talked just before 5 minutes, that in her book, Yagyaséni, which is recommended as a part of the MS syllabus in my university and a couple of other universities, she talks about Draupadi, Yagyaséni, somebody, a character who comes out of fire, and then she is Yagyaséni and her character, her engagements and her character. So, under green cultural studies, we talk about the interconnectedness of environmental justice with race, class, gender, and global inequalities. There are so many theoretical debates under green cultural studies, like deep ecology and social ecology, how they contradict each other. Deep ecology emphasizes the intrinsic value of all living beings, while social ecology critiques hierarchical social structures as the root cause of ecological destruction. So these two things, deep ecology and social ecology, how they can be taken as contradicting to each other, and then finally finding out some new area of research in pedagogy. Under green cultural studies, we have eco-Marxism and cultural materialism. Cultural materialism by Raymond Williams. The ideas come from New Historicism. Under New Historicism, we read two texts parallelly. See, for example, we can take a text from literature and then we can read it parallelly with the text from history or anthropology. And then from that, a new idea came up, cultural materialism. Under cultural materialism, when we do the study of any particular ideology or text, we have to take very many things regarding that particular text. Research can be interdisciplinary, which is within one discipline. Interdisciplinary means looking at one discipline from the perspective of another. Then transdisciplinary is exchanging ideas between the disciplines. And multidisciplinary is the creation of a new discipline by taking ideas from all of the disciplines. So this is where green cultural studies, it creates a new discipline. And under that new discipline, there are so many challenges and debates that we have been discussing, and one of those being eco-Marxism and cultural materialism. Eco-Marxists, they analyze the ecological impacts of capitalist production. Cultural materialism, it is influenced by Raymond Williams, as I already told you. It examines the historical material conditions that shape environmental ideologies. And then under green studies, we have ecofeminism. Like I already said here, that ecofeminism is a most important and upcoming area of research and pedagogy. We have brought it to the university table through folk literature, through cultural studies, through indigenous studies. Ecofeminism, as a part of the green cultural studies, it explores the links between environmental exploitation, gender oppression, and it critiques patriarchal structures as contributors to the ecological crisis. And then it also talks about the nature and culture binary. It talks about sustainability versus degrowth. Such interesting and important ideas. And there are so many literary texts. Being professors of literature, being teachers of literature, we can not ignore literary texts, novels, and poetry, like T. Shankar Pillai's novel Chemmen. It can be a part of your blue cultural studies or blue humanities. So much of ocean is there, so much of water is there. So we have so many texts, like you look at Lord Vishnu and the Kurma avatar, some avatars which deal with water. So blue humanities and ocean humanities, how they are closely connected with, the green cultural studies is something of importance today. Amitabh Ghosh works like The Hungry Tide and The Gun Island and the Ibish trilogy. These things, they address climate change, human trafficking, illegal trade relationships, and ecological displacement. So these kind of things, when novelists, when authors address, then they become a part of the green cultural studies. When Madam Pratibha Ray talks about Draupadi Yagniseni, and then her association with a society having radical, positive, and optimistic ideas, then she is contributing to green cultural studies in a very interesting and important way. And then after discussion of all these things, probably we should do, we should go to greenwashing. Greenwashing is the practice of misleading the public into believing that a company is more environment friendly than it actually is. So media is contributing to that. You look at our media today. Media is presenting or misrepresenting the reality. Sometimes, people get, mostly youngsters, they get influenced by media because they hardly read text. So because they don't read texts, so we have to create contexts for them. When in the absence of texts, media creates wrong concepts for our youngsters, probably that is where we have our role to play as eco-critics, as eco-feminists. And then we have a foundational framework for green cultural studies, and then we have to create a relationship between literature and the natural environment. So post-colonial theory is very, very important, where the green studies is getting most importance. Me, as a teacher of English literature dealing with folklore and mythology, I would stop here with an opportunity for me and the students and the researchers participating here to have a discourse, to have a discussion. This is my book Sita. It's a long poem of 25 cantos. Even here I am talking about Sita, many Sitas from the folk Ramayans. Before I wrote this, I read 300 Ramayans, out of which at least 298 have folk connections. When it is folklore, it's green studies. So I have discussed the many Sitas in this kind of a text, where the folk Ramayans present a Sita who is, not the brooding, crying, complaining woman. Rather, she is an eco-feminist, a very positive, optimistic, progressive woman who doesn't brood, cry, or complain over her destiny. Rather, she accepts destiny as it is given to her. So I present that kind of a Sita here, taking her directly out from the green studies, from the folklores. So different lores where Sita is presented as a progressive, independent, very contemporary woman. So this is how I have been deeply and closely associated with nature and culture through my academic programs. As I said, more than 20,000 pages of books and material on folklore and culture studies. And then my most recent publication, my new book on Hindu studies. Even here, I have talked about, this book is launched only last week. Here I have talked about our Hindu pedagogy, the literary texts from Hindu studies, and how they have association with the green culture, with nature, and with all the religions in the world, how Hindu religion is connected as through a literary discourse. I have discussed that here, and the courses that I taught you. So I would conclude by saying that as a teacher and a researcher, as a student of literature and a teacher of literature, I feel that this is my moral and academic responsibility to present our green cultures, our folklore, and our Indian knowledge systems and the indigenous knowledge systems in the university table, because I'm empowered and I'm fortunate to do so. With this, I will stop here. Thank you, Preet Nambierji, once again for giving me this wonderful opportunity to meet you, wonderful people here, and share my ideas and thoughts here. I welcome your comments and suggestions. Thank you and namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am. It is always and indeed a delight listening to the words of Madam Nandini. Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us with your words on ecofeminism, deep ecology, cultural materialism, green culture studies by quoting the works like even Amitabh Ghosh, Ibis Tirolji, and bringing into our attention works like Nyagnya Seni and Sita. I hope she has very well given an introduction about the theme, writing for the earth. In fact, her speech befits the words for our theme of today's conference. Now it's time for the official launch of the Quill Compendium, that is the official souvenir of Panorama International Literature Festival. Now I invite Madam Ampika Anand for the official release of Quill Compendium. A few words about Ma'am Ampika Anand.
May I take 1 second? Just a second here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so I wanted to mention Vinita Agarwalji's new poetry book Artha, which is so connected to green ecology and to green cultural studies. Here I would congratulate her for the book Artha.
Thank you, ma'am. It is indeed a pleasure knowing about the work of Vinita Agarwal, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing that. Now, Ambika Anand, ma'am. She's a celebrated bilingual writer, poet, journalist, reviewer, and translator with 13 published books in English and Telugu, spanning poetry, prose, short stories, and translations. As a founding editor of Muse India, a prominent literary e-journal, a UGC-recognized journal, she has been instrumental in showcasing Indian regional literatures in English and nurturing diverse voices. Her poetry has appeared in national and international works, including Sahitya Academy's Indian Literature, while her insightful articles have featured in Deccan Herald and her reviews have enriched the Hindu's Friday Review. and she's very much passionate about the children's literature. She has translated works of Pratibha and Katha, trying to bridge cultures, and inspire young readers. Based in Bengaluru, India, Ambika Anand contributes profoundly to the literary world with her evocative and transformative writing. So now I invite Madam Ambika Anand for the release of Quill Compendium 2024. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaste. Thank you for this wonderful introduction. I am absolutely overwhelmed being here with all of you on this platform. And I extend my deepest gratitude to the Writers Capital Foundation, Professor Irene Kavadia and Preet Nambiar for always giving me the right kind of push and exposure for whatever I do, literary work. I'm truly grateful to them. And my connection with the foundation is through this book, Cascades, which had really received reviews. And I'm being really honored through that book and my writings. I feel truly thrilled. And I take this opportunity, and with great pride and joy, I launch the Quill Compendium, the official souvenir of the Panorama International Art and Literature Festival 2024. Thank you. And I give my best wishes to all the participating poets, artists, scholars, and academia. And let this be a great creative journey for all the wonderful minds. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your warm and kind words and for the release of Quill Compendium. Now it's time to begin the technical session. I mean, the maiden one of the Global Nexus series of International Conference on Arts, Literature, and Academia. And we have planned to begin the session with the conference title of the theme, Writing for the Earth, Role of Nature in Contemporary Literature. And may I invite Dr. Bhumika Sharma, Associate Professor and Head, Central University of Rajasthan, for being the session's moderator. And with an exceedingly generous gesture of affection, I invite Madam Bhumika because she was the research guide and she was my teacher during my doctoral degree days. And she's associate. A few words about Dr. Bhumika Sharma. She's Associate Professor and Head, Department of English, Central University of Rajasthan. A double postgraduate with Masters in English and Economics from the University of Rajasthan. She holds a doctorate in English. Her research interests include Indian English literature, gender studies, adaptation studies, American literature, and African American writing. She has authored the book, The African American Journey to the Power Dome, Wright, Ellison, Baldwin, published by Cambridge Scholar Publishing, London, and co-authored two books titled The Sense of Being, An Exploration of Immateriality in the Matter and the Logic of Consciousness, Understanding the Evolution of Sense. She has also co-edited two books titled Discussing Minority, In Text and Context, and Humanities in Crisis, Literary Deliberations. Besides 5 books, she has 55 publications in research articles and book chapters in various edited anthologies, journals of national and international repute, including Interliterature published by Sahitya Academy, Journal of African American Studies published by Springer, USA, and Epiphany, Journal of Transdisciplinary Studies published by International University of Sarajevo, Bosnia, and Herzegovina. She has delivered numerous invited talks, chaired sessions, presented papers in around 88 conferences and seminars that include her presentation in American Comparative Literature Association Congress, Harvard University, USA, and the 12th International Comparative Literature Association Congress 2019 at University of Macau. So now over to you, ma'am, for being the moderator of the session.
Thank you, Dr. Aparna. It is always a great honor to have the scholars leading the academic event and then seeing them actively involved in really productive work. And today, when I have got this opportunity, I'm really overwhelmed because I could see the pool of talent here. In fact, it has been a wonderful occasion to come across with so many creative writers with such prolific writing and contributing to the literature, literary criticism, and maybe the social and cultural discourses which are built around that. I'm really, really honored and overwhelmed. So thank you, Preet Nambiarji, for giving me this opportunity. And I could sense that we have limited time because there are so many talented presenters. I have been handed over this list where I could see there are almost 19 presenters. And I would prefer to call them one by one. I would like to introduce them because they are of such high stature that even I'm so curious to know, to hear what they have to say. So I would like to introduce them one by one. And as I've been instructed by the organizing team, so I would like to, keep the track of the time. So maybe 4 to 5 minutes, if it is fine, Dr. Parna. I
Ma'am,
think
yes,
so.
yes, yes, please, ma'am.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And once we will, complete all the presentation, maybe then we can open the session for the discussion. So that is the format that I have in my mind. I hope everybody would agree. And with such overwhelming sense of satisfaction to be a part of this event, I would like to initiate and I would like to invite the first presenter of this session, that is Dr. Adisha Das. So I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Adisha Das, who is Associate Professor at the Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management and an acclaimed writer from Odisha. She is the Amazon India best-selling author of Forgotten Goddesses and the Yogini poems Love and Life. Known for her insightful and sensitive portrayals of life, Dr. Das has authored several poetry collections, story collections, and academic works. So without much ado, I think we can start with Dr. Adisha Das. Over to Dr. Adisha.
Thank you very much. Namaskar to all of you present here. It's been a great delight to be part of the inaugural session, and on behalf of my mother, Dr. Pratibha Ray, who was part of the inaugural session, I would first like to convey her apology. She's down with very bad cold and has lost her voice temporarily because of that. However, she is very happy to be part of this process, and along with that, there have been such erudite speakers before me. I would not like to really waste further time because we have a great limit on time. But of course, I must thank dear Preet, who's been a great friend at all times, and Irene, whom I know very well also, for giving me this opportunity. I'll straight go to the paper and I'll see, if I can just compress the main points, just highlight it, and the paper would, of course, be available for reading. The title of my paper is Earth and Nature in Travel Writing, a Contemporary Perspective on Literature as a Change Agent. So basically, as a professor of tourism, and having been exposed to several kind of, literature in travel writing, I have seen that the relationship between humans and nature has consistently been a central theme in literature. And especially now when we face environmental crisis, retracing this dynamic's history becomes extremely important. And the dichotomy between humans and nature has shaped literary works since the dawn of civilization, if we can put it that way, reflecting humanity's evolving interaction with the natural world. Earth has long been a source of inspiration and contemplation in literature, symbolizing life, beauty, and sustenance, while also embodying fragility and resilience. Literary works often portray nature as both a nurturing force and a silent witness to humanity's triumphs and follies. In recent decades, an environmental awareness has grown. Literature has increasingly served as a medium for exploring ecological concerns and advocating for harmony between humans and the natural world. I could give an example of Walden by Henry David Thoreau. This transcendentalist work explores the simplicity and spirituality of living close to nature. Coming to travel writing, it has evolved from a medium of documenting journeys, which is like blogging, to an influential force shaping societal perceptions and behavior. As travel comes of age and from mass tourist we go to the mindful tourist, In the contemporary context, travel literature is a change agent, fostering environmental awareness, promoting sustainable tourism, and deepening the connection between humanity and nature. So basically what I've done in my paper is to examine how earth and nature are depicted in travel writing and tourism literature, emphasizing their transformative role in encouraging environmental stewardship and sustainable practices. So nature as a source of awe and inspiration is the first point I have taken up, in which I have taken the works of writers like John Muir and Thoreau and other writers who have emphasized the spiritual and philosophical connections between humans and the natural world. I've also taken up the point of Earth as a living entity. Many literature works, many books have explored the connection between indigenous and ecocentric traditions. I think Professor Nandini also spoke about that, portraying Earth as a living organism deserving reverence and care. So this perspective of interconnectedness of all life forms advocates for sustainable interaction with the planet, which is so very important now. I have then taken up the point of indigenous perspectives in travel literature, Earth as a living organism. And in this, I have used literature as a unique lens to view different countries and their approaches towards literature, like Australia, where you have the Dreamtime narratives of the Aboriginal people, works like Bruce Chatwin's The Songlines, which explore the Aboriginal concept of songlines, which are routes across the land marked by songs describing creation stories and natural landmarks. Then we have South Africa, the Pachamama in Andean culture, where Pachamama or Mother Earth is revered as a living deity who provides life and sustenance, or Hugh Thompson's The White Rock, the book, which delves into the symbiotic relationship between the Andean people and their environment. And they're very, interesting rituals like the Pago e la Tierra, that is earth offering, which is described as a respect and gratitude which we show to nature. And of course, Africa, the Ubuntu and the connection to land. And finally, to Asia, the sacred landscapes of the Himalayas. In the Himalayan regions of India, Nepal, and Bhutan, nature is often personified and worshipped. For example, the sacred Mount Kailash is described in Lama Angarika Govinda's The Way of the White Clouds as a spiritual axis of the world, or the local Buddhist and Hindu beliefs, which emphasize the sanctity of the mountain and travel literature, which often portrays it as a site of pilgrimage rather than mere adventure. Coming to modern travel writing and its role in environmental advocacy, contemporary travel writing has transcended the simple act of documenting journeys and has become a powerful medium for addressing environmental challenges such as climate change, deforestation, and over-tourism. So I'll just mention briefly the facts I've taken up, the points. First is inspiring ecotourism and sustainable travel practices. Ecotourism is responsible travel to natural areas, and there are books like Elizabeth Becker's Overbooked, The Exploring Business of Travel and Tourism, which shed light on the harmful consequences of unchecked mass tourism. So here we have a point where literature can actually bring about change in the travel behavior of people across the world. And I've taken up a few case studies in my paper to substantiate this point. Literature to promote nature tourism, like say Peter Matheson's The Snow Leopard, which weaves adventure and reflection, showcasing the spiritual and ecological value of untouched landscapes. And literature having influence on the travel patterns, where I have taken up studies on the Amazon rainforest or the African savannas. I have also taken up literature which promotes preserving tangible and intangible heritage. Travel literature has a significant role to play in the preservation of both tangible and intangible heritage and creating a sensitization about the value of cultural landscapes, historical landmarks, and traditional practices. I would finally like to just speak a word on how literature can be instrumental in combating over-tourism through literary advocacy. Over-tourism, which overwhelms local ecosystems and communities, has been critiqued heavily in contemporary travel writing. Books and essays point to destinations like Venice or Machu Picchu, where unchecked tourist influx threatens cultural and environmental stability. So to conclude, I would like to say that modern travel writing serves as a catalyst for environmental consciousness and sustainable tourism. By addressing global challenges and offering actionable insights, it influences travel patterns, fostering ecotourism, nature tourism, and heritage conservation, or in other words, providing people reasons for mindful travel. As these literary narratives continue to reach broader audiences through digital and multimedia platforms, their potential to reshape travel behavior grows exponentially. Travelers are no longer mere consumers of experience. They are becoming active participants in the preservation of the planet and the respect it deserves. I would also like to conclude by telling one line that our travelers are also the readers of books. So may these books continue to be written. Thank you very much. I know I have done a very hurried job, but I kept the time in mind, and the paper contains further details about it.
Thank you, Dr. Adisha. Thank you so much for drawing attention to the nature of the life itself. It's a journey, and which is somewhere metaphorically expressed in the travel as a motive and the travel as a practice, the travel as an opportunity to get the exposure there. So your paper very well drew attention to the importance of this eco-sensitivity that perhaps is promoted by literature, especially through the travel writings, and especially the heritage, the indigenous cultural system, their knowledge and their connection with the nature, which is somewhere there in the lifestyle of them. So how travel writing brings it. So thank you so much for bringing all those experiences there through the illustrious literary, you can say illustrations, which you have somewhere referred to in their paper. Thank you so much. And I would like
Thanks
to, go with the next presenter, that is Anisha Mondal. So I'm pleased to welcome Anisha Mondal, PGT English at AGPN Convent and ER School, Purulia, West Bengal, with an MA in English, a B.Ed, and contribution to national and international journals. She brings a strong academic foundation. Her work reflects the commitment to education and fostering meaningful values in her students. Over to you, Dr. Anisha Mondal.
A very good evening to all my Indian friends who are here, and a morning to the participants from USA. Though I'm not doctorate yet, I'm just a PGT, ma'am. I basically chose this topic, The Trees by Adrian Rich, a voice for the marginalized through the lens of environment. Basically, I'm teaching class 9, 10, 11, 12. So I have chosen the topic from CBSE class 10. They are having this poem, and other than wasting time, let me focus on my paper. My paper is based on the theory of eco-criticism and ecofeminism, which intends to analyze the pain caused by humans on nature and its revolution against mankind through the poem The Trees by Adrian Rich. Unlike other approaches, the theory of literature, in this approach, we will not only talk about how nature is subdued by humans through their development, but how nature is showing its impact. Adrian Rich, in her poems, always tried to present a voice to the categorized who are subdued. She uses certain subtle motives through her works which are impactful. Once we see it with the insightful eyes, eco-critics believe the world to be anthropocentric, not to be anthropocentric, and often feel the importance to challenge the ideas with emphasis on environmental activism. There would be proper harmony and sustainability which the humans with nature would maintain. From the words of Greg Garrett in his work Eco-Criticism, which was published in 2004, he mentioned that eco-criticism explores the ways in which we imagine and portray the relationship between humans and environment in all areas of cultural production. Now, nature has always been portrayed as a marginalized who lacked voices of its own. It teaches us to absorb and adapt. We know about how humans continue to live in this world, creating a ruckus with the tag of survival for the fittest. But in the tug of war between the nature with its natural resources and increasing development, which is not at all sustainable, nature is always treated as something which needs not to be bothered about. In the work, The Cost of Living by Arundhati Ray, she mentioned that big dams are to a nation's development what nuclear bombs are to military arsenals. They are both weapons of mass destruction. Through which she tried to bring forward the ideas of how dams and developments are contradictory to environment and is environmentally destructive in nature. In the poem The Trees, as I was continuing, by Adrian Reach, we get the very same ideas of how trees are taken off from their natural habitat and are replaced in concrete jungle. Throughout the poem, we can find various metaphors and images where trees are trying to free themselves from the confinement of humans. Initially, while reading the poem, we felt that the speaker was somewhat empathetic with the nature, as she was wanting the trees to go back to their natural habitat, as many other species are dependent on them. Rachel Carson, in her work Silent Spring, in 1962, mentioned that in nature, nothing exists alone. And with that view, we would like to continue, through which she presented the idea of interdependence of all the living things with nature, human beings, are negatively impacting through its negative development, not thinking about the sustainability in the process. I would like to continue, like, all night the root walks to disengage themselves from the cracks in the veranda floor, stanza 2 of The Trees. The above line not only talks about nature acts of liberation and freedom, but also symbolize the rebellion of nature. A contrasting image, another poem from class 10 CBSE, I would like to say, A Tiger in the Zoo, where a ferocious animal like tiger lost its wrath because it is under confinement of human beings. And I quote, "He hears the last voice at night, the patrolling cars, and stares with his brilliant eyes at the brilliant stars." Bringing out the same idea, I would like to draw a comparison between the conditions of the tiger in Blake's poem, The Tiger, which is presented as a revolutionary idea of nature, where nature in its own form is bright and is not fearing anyone. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night, what immortal hand or eye dare frame thy fearful symmetry? Subaltern theory in eco-criticism always examines an intersectional of environmental issues with the voices and experience of the marginalized or the oppressed groups. So to conclude my paper, we can think the whole trees as a metaphorical poem, which is subjecting not only the pain and the consequences of human colonization on nature, but also the horrific condition of all the marginalized of our society who are stuck in the vicious cycle of stereotypes, from which they want to free themselves radically. Reach, through her works, tried to use elements from nature to bring out the dark images of human life so that it can create a vivid picture for the readers. She tried to end the poem using the extended metaphors of positivity, where the true inhabitants would be recreating their place back through the start of a revolution. So as a teacher, we are the creators of new generation. We would like to create a revolution of sustainable development within our students. So that's all of my paper. Thank you for giving me your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anisha. Very interesting paper. And it's really good to see that a young mind is nurturing the younger mind, because I can guess that you are a teacher, you are teaching this in the CBSE school, but I think you are holding such a huge responsibility to nurture those young minds which are going to lead in the upcoming time. So I'm so happy to feel that eco-sensitivity which you share, and I'm sure that you would be imparting to your students. And the work which you have referred to in your paper, that is Adrian Reach Trees, where you are actually trying to give voice, because the poet is trying to give the voice to nature. So see the humanity which has marginalized the nature itself from where it has started. So it is something very deplorable and perhaps need to be corrected, because what you have referred to, that is the development, is somewhere questionable, because somewhere we need to define development again. Can we call it development, what we are actually seeing as development? So the dilemma or the dialectic which is there within development, that need to be examined, critiqued, and responded. And I think it is high time for that. So thank you so much for your interesting paper. And now I would like to invite the third presenter, Dr. Aparna Ji. So I am pleased to welcome Dr. Aparna Ji, Assistant Professor at Sri Narayana College for Women, Kollam, a recipient of the Panorama Global Youth Literary Award 2020. She is the author of Musings of Venus and has contributed extensively as a freelance journalist. Dr. Ajit holds a PhD in English and has presented numerous papers at national and international conferences with interest in creative writing, translation, and gender studies. Dr. Aparna, I would like you to present the paper now.
Yes, ma'am. The title of my topic is Echoes of the Earth, an appraisal of Gerard Manley Hopkins' Bincy Poplars. We have already heard and already listened to the works on how environment, how we have to be emotionally, and at the same time how we have to be showing a kind of gratitude, and at the same time we have to remain conscious of what is happening to the environment or to the surrounding where we are living. So I have taken the poem that is written in the year 1879 by the Jesuit priest Gerard Manley Hopkins. And most of the poems have been published, and most of the poems were published only after his death. And the poem which I have taken into consideration for this purpose presentation is titled Bincy Poplars. It is all about the felling of, the cutting of poplar trees near the place called Bincy. So the poet is deeply mourning the loss of trees and how that is going to create a kind of gap, and at the same time how that is going to herald deep environmental consequences. So when through writers, even if it is a small poetry coming in 2 stanzas of 20 to 25 lines, the poet is trying to give you a brief overview of how these lines are creating an impact on how we are deeply connected with the nature. So whenever we are doing something bad or something ill for the nature, how that is becoming or how that is creating a kind of reverse impact on human beings. And when we are talking about the literature, or when we are talking about the environmental studies, now it has actually occupied a place in our popular academic parlance, whether it is in the form of green studies, whether it is in the form of environmental literature, or even in the form of ecofeminism or eco-literature, even in the syllabus. So the work Bincy Poplars, when I was going through the work, I have understood the poet is trying to talk about the place that is already lost, where he used to share a kind of emotional connect with the place or with the trees, and those trees are going to be no more. I quote from Bincy Poplars. All felt are all felt of a fresh and following folded rank, not spared, not one. So the poet is trying to tell you that not even a single tree is spared. Almost all the trees are gone from there. So he feels that we are going to miss a particular kind of rural scene, the septic rural scene, or that kind of sweet rural scene that we will never again see in our life. And the dynamic energy of the nature, the dynamic energy which he has seen in the trees will never be there. So he's trying to tell you the kind of impact human beings have. And when we are trying to damage the trees, or we have heard a lot of deliberations, and even now we are facing the issues of deforestation or about the problems of global warming. And when something happens to the nature, or when we are doing something against the nature, it is going to create an irreversible impact, or maybe a sort of irreparable damage. That is the single idea he's trying to convey. And at the same time, he's trying to arouse the sort of environmental sensitivity. And in a way, this poem can be considered as a lament for the destruction of nature. And we human beings are capable of this sort of a destruction. So when we read the poems like Bincy Poplars, or about or about the poems like Trees by Adrian Rich or by Trees by Joyce Kilmer. When we read these poems, we can understand the poets they are trying to have a connection with the nature, or in a way they are trying to tell us a great truth which we are not aware of or we are not giving importance to. So these days we have the deliberations, and even in school syllabus, or even in the text, we can see how much importance we are giving to the environmental sustainability, and how much importance we have to give to the surroundings or to the nearby environment. And even if it is a small poem, this Binsi Poplars, in this poem, the poet is trying to talk mainly about two things. When all trees are felled or all trees are completely cut, not even one is spared there, and how we are going to miss that rural scene. So he's trying to lament the beauty of nature, and at the same time the destruction of nature. And as we all know, Gerald Manley Hopkins, as a poet, he is very much familiar with the usage of terms like, or the literary device like, inscape and instress. So as we know that they try to capture the unique essence. If inscape is trying to talk about the unique essence, instress is trying to tell you the kind of dynamic energy of the natural world, whether it is reflecting the belief. And the poet is too much for divinity, and he was a priest by profession, so he has tried to give the kind of divinity along with the presence of all in this creation. So he tries to tell that since this country is so tender, to touch her being so slender, aftercomers cannot guess the beauty team. So those who come after this, the successors and predecessors, who will be able to know the beauty, who will there be able to tell about all these things? So 10 or 12, only 10 or 12. But this sweet, a special scene, this rural scene, we are really going to miss this rural scene, and we will never be able, or we will never be capable of seeing this place one more time. So the poet is showing or try to express his empathetic kind of attitude towards the trees and to his immediate nature. So this is something which we can see not just in this poem, in many of the works, in the way which Amitabh Ghosh has mentioned in Great Derangement, where he's trying to talk about the relationship and how environment is being harmed. When we read these poems, or when we read the poems like Binsi Poplars or the Trees by Adrian Rich, although she's trying to talk about trees, she's trying to give you an idea in an ecofeminist way. And Trees by Joyce Kilmer is also trying to talk about the destruction of trees and how that is going to create an impact, or a kind of long-term impact in our life. So I would like to conclude my words by saying that environment is a part and parcel of everyone's life, and it is our duty to protect, and it is our duty to nurture the immediate environment, and we should be conscious, or we should have a kind of empathetic attitude to the nature or to the surrounding where we belong to. Thank you.
Thank you, Aparna. In fact, I would like to say that your paper somewhere reminds us that how literature is prophetic in its way. You know, you have picked up Hopkins' poem, and perhaps we all could trace that the sensitivity and, the prediction somewhere, that what we are going to do on what we are doing and what would happen, that is somewhere there in the 19th century, which was just the beginning of, let's say, the industrial revolution in a way. So you could see that literature has always tried to caution the humankind. There has been a wisdom in literature which is shared by the writers to tell that how we are destroying certain things, or somewhere we are damaging our own future. And somewhere, Hopkins' poem refers to the sustainability, because here he seems to be concerned with the future generation, which would not get the chance to see the same beauty which he could see at one point of time, but which is damaged or destroyed by the human beings. So somewhere perhaps we all need to take literature seriously, because literature is going to be instrumental in bringing that awareness back to the society, which perhaps we have lost in technology intervened society today. So I think it's a very good opportunity to have the literary writers, literary critics, and academicians here who are talking about eco-sensitivity, that perhaps is going to be the voice of the future, and perhaps that is the need of the time also. Thank you, Aparna. Now I would like to move to Arul Lilita Snita S. So I'm pleased to welcome the next presenter, Arul Little Snita S., a research scholar pursuing a PhD in English literature under the guidance of Dr. B. Benison Hillengal Christos, a nature enthusiast with a deep passion for animals. She combines her love for English language and literature with a commitment to exploring the natural world through her studies and reading. Arul Little Sita S., please present your paper. I hope she is there. Has Arul joined the meeting? Is she present there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Arul, you are invited to present the paper. Arul, are you facing any problem in connecting? Because I could not hear your voice.
Ma'am, actually, I'm sorry. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, Arul.
Ma'am, actually, I couldn't just switch on the video right now, but I'll be just sharing my paper. Just
Okay,
a normal.
no issue. You can just
I'll,
present the
I'll just
paper.
proceed along with my paper. You can just listen to me. Hi, everyone. Sorry for the inconvenience caused to the initial stage. So I'm Arul and I'm a PhD scholar. I am working under the topic of eco-criticism, and this paper is just a gist about how human beings are living in the literary world depending upon the urbanism. And the paper's title is Ironical Dwelling of Literate Humans. So this is just a small snippet from the book of the Hunter by Mahashweta Devi. So this book talks about displacement that happens from people from a good landlord-based dwelling. At the end, they end up in a forest region based on the marginalized area. So here it revolves around the character of Mukunda. So Mukunda is a literate Brahmin and in the novel, but his occupation is completely an agricultural one. He is an agricultural man who owns the land, but owing to the landlord system, he completely has to migrate to another place. So the next migration happens to him to a new place called as Ararha. So Ararha is a modernized region in a forest area where the natives of the forest region are the Shabars, they are the hunting tribes. So here the ironical region happens when Mukunda is intuitively being arised with a thought in his head. Like, why these suburb people are not being educated? I mean, why they are living in their own forest lands? Why do they hunt animals? Why they are living this kind of lifestyle without any kind of formalized region revolving around them? Because the suburbs, the hunter tribes, they live by their own thought process. I mean, they completely rely on the forest. They live by the byproducts of forest, namely the fruits, vegetables. They hunt animals and they sell the meat to the outside local areas, and they get a few amount only to a small sort of clothing and all, so to the very minimum range. So in those kind of things, we find Mugunda's completely constant questions. So this is the outline of the Mugunda's character in the novel. So that is why the title itself I have given it as Ironical Dwelling of Literate Humans, because it is in fact Mukunda who has come up into the displacement of his due to his dwelling. He cannot lead his own lifestyle as an agricultural landholder all through his life. He has to face that hierarchical system of dominance, and he is expelled from one place, that is Damania is his first place, and later he has displaced into Araha. So that is the first thing. So second thing, as I have told you, that he is a literate human, that he can read and write Sanskrit and he has a good thought process, whereas he then and there he tries to pen down an epic. So he is constantly into his own world to write something out from his own brain, from his own experience. So when he is thinking that, he constantly questions how can I write, what can I write. So he is into that constant thought process of his own literary self. So this shows his dominance of how literate human he is. But however, on a dwelling of an in a normal area, he couldn't get sustained with his own livelihood, where he calls it to be an urbanized region. But being in an urbanized region, he is facing the displacement, but at the same time he questions the lifestyle of the shoppers, the hunters. So but here we can find the ironical state, which is evidently clear, that Mugunta is living in the extensed form of the urbanized area, which is occupying the outskirts of the forest, where he is literally questioning the natives of those forest people, shoppers, and their lifestyle and livelihood. So this is where the paper completely revolves around, and it talks about the displacement itself as an ironical state that happens to only the people who are dwelling in the urbanized region, where the extension happens so constantly, where the native people have to sacrifice their own native region, probably their forest lands or agricultural lands, whichever they relate as a livelihood. So this is a small explanation how eco-criticism gets a conflict with the human's livelihood. And with this, I end my paper. And thank you for the opportunity also. Thank you.
Thank you, Arul, for presenting paper on Mahashita Devi's work, which is actually a huge voice here, speaking for the marginalized community and talking about socially relevant issues. Your paper has nicely brought out the irony of this civilizational progress, where we could see how the natives have been robbed of their rights, like those natives who are actually living in you can say sync with nature, and somewhere they have a lesson to teach to the entire world, that what does it mean to be living a sustainable living, or a manner of sustainable living. So perhaps this civilization needs to learn lot many things from these tribal community and the indigenous cultures who revere nature instead of exploit that, because nature is not just a resource for them. They do connect with the nature, and that is something which is required as a part of the modern sensitivity today. Otherwise, I think we would be losing a lot on that ground. So
Yes.
thank you so much, Arun, for
Thank you, ma'am. Just now I caught my connectivity. It was actually lagging behind. It is raining.
It's nice to see your face. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And so now I would like to proceed with the next presenter, Dr. Berita Mambarasi Nehe. So I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Berita Mambarasi Nehe, a lecturer at Setia Budi Renkos Bitang University. Dedicated to advancing education, she has authored several books and research articles, including titles such as Mixed Method, Explorasi Bhasha, and English Speaking Skill. In 2024, she collaborated with fellow lecturers from universities across Indonesia on various projects focused on English education and language strategy. So I would like the presenter, Dr. Berita Mambarasi Nehe, to share her views.
Okay, thank you, Madam. Good evening from Indonesia. And thank you for the time. Thank you for the time given to me. Sorry, Madam, I would like to share my screen. Allow me to share my screen.
I hope organizer would help you.
Sorry, Madam, can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's visible, Berita. Is it visible?
Baik, baik. Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is about Reflection of Nature in Laskar Pelangi by Andrea Hirata. I am Berita Mambarasi Nehe from Indonesia. Here, I would like to analyze Laskar Pelangi written by Andrea Hirata. This is the book. For the introduction, Laskar Pelangi is the first novel by Andrea Hirata, published by Bentang Pustaka in 2005. This novel tells the story of the lives of children from poor families who attend school, elementary and middle school at Muhammadiyah School on Belitung Island, which is full of limitation. The story takes place in Gantung village, East Belitung. It started when the Muhammadiyah school was threatened with being disbanded by the South Sumatra Department of Education and Culture if it didn't reach 10 new students. At the time, only 9 children attended the opening ceremony, but just when Mr. Harfan, the school principal, was about to make a speech closing the school, Harun and his mother came to register at the small school. The story starts from this sitting arrangement, their meeting with Mr. Harfan, their extraordinary introduction, where Kyung actually grinned when their teacher, Mrs. Moose, asked his name. Borek stupid incident, the elections of class president, which Kusai strongly protested, the discovery of Mahar's extraordinary talent, Ikal's first love, experience, and the risk of Lintang's life when he cycled 80-kilometer round trip from his house to the school. That's about the introduction of Laskar Pelangi. Ladies and gentlemen, the symbol of rainbow or pelangi in Bahasa Indonesia, we call rainbow pelangi. The symbol of rainbow or pelangi in Laskar Pelangi. In Laskar Pelangi, the rainbow is more than a natural phenomenon. It is a powerful symbol of hope that persists despite life's storms. This is reflected in the journeys of the main character, Ikal, Lintang, and Mahar, who face various troubles yet hold patient to their dreams. Furthermore, the rainbow signifies the diversity of the Belitung community live in harmony with nature. This harmony underlies the importance of maintaining and balanced and respectful relationship between humans and environment for a sustainable future. The rainbow, symbol of beauty and hope. Rainbows are often associated with natural beauty, especially because of their diverse and stunning colors. In literature, rainbows can be used to describe hope after difficult times, referring to the natural phenomenon that appears after rain, carrying a message of optimism. A rainbow representations of diversity. With its diverse colors, the rainbow is a universal symbol of diversity, unity, and harmony. In literature, it can be used to highlight themes such as tolerance, unity in diversity, or intercultural relations. And the philosophy of life from the rainbow also has philosophical connotations. It only appears after a storm, which can be metaphor for the human journey through adversity to achieve happiness or peace. Writers often utilize rainbows to convey ideas about growth, struggle, and transformation. The rainbow is symbol of superiority and miracles because of their rare and unique appearance. Rainbows are often seen as something magical or transcendent. In literary works, rainbows can symbolize miracles, spiritual power, or the connection between humans and the universe. Here, culture and mythological significance of the rainbow. In Indonesia, when the rainbow comes, this has a special meaning. In Indonesia, the rainbow was considered that there is an angel who takes a bath in the river and the rainbow is said to go up and go down. I don't know the mythos from another country, but in Indonesia, when the rainbow comes, it means that there is an angel taking a bath in the river. And of course, children are happy because in their imagination that the angels comes down and then go up again. In certain tradition, the rainbow is a sign of peace or divine blessing. Literary writers who understand this context often use rainbows to provide rich symbolic nuances. The rainbow also as a symbol of imagination and romanticism. Rainbows are also often used to express romantic, dreamy, or imaginative moods because of its unique shape and color. The rainbow is a strong visual element to create atmosphere in the story. And the author, Andrea Hirata, used the Belitung as a character in the narrative. Andrea Hirata raises Belitung beyond a mere setting. It becomes a living character in its own right. The island's beautiful beaches, fertile forests, and spirit of daily life enrich the narrative. Author's vivid description emphasized the need to preserve nature as part of cultural identity and local heritage. For instance, the struggle of the novel's character are often intertwined with their natural surroundings, such as challenge posed by Balitung's harsh yet stunning environment. This narrative conveys a profound message that is humans must respect and care for nature as an essential part of their existence. Literature and environmental education. Laskar Pelangi holds significant potential as a teaching material to foster environmental awareness. The novel can be incorporated into ecology-based education, encouraging students to understand the values of nature through analysis of the novel. In this context, writing for the earth becomes relevant, advocating for literature as a medium to convey critical message about environmental preservation. Andrea Hirata, through Laskar Pelangi, creates a space for reflection on how humans can coexist harmoniously with nature. And the conclusion, Laskar Pelangi exemplifies how literature can convey great message about the interconnectedness of humans and nature. Andrea Hirata writes a narrative that celebrates not only human resilience but also the magnificence of the natural world. The rainbow, as a central symbol, reminds us of the beauty and diversity of nature, urging us to protect it. In the spirit of writing for the earth, let us embrace literacy as a bridge between humans and nature for a better future. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you, Madam Bhumika
Thank
Sharma.
you. Thank you, Varita. Such a beautiful paper. Thank you so much for, taking us along on the rainbow flight with so many metaphorical significations and symbolic meaning which you have shared. It's always good to, go across the culture and see how we are connected. The beauty of rainbow that is perhaps, enjoyed by everybody across the globe. And to see the perspective of a culture which is actually addressing it in such a manner where you could see the angels, plunging down there with the rainbow. Such a beautiful spectrum that we could visualize,
Yes,
through your paper. Thank you so much for such a beautiful paper.
You're
Now
welcome,
I would
Madam.
like
Thank you.
I would like to invite Bilkis Mula. I would welcome Bilkis Mula, an acclaimed poet and recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award Global Icon at the Panorama International Literary Festival 2024. With 3 celebrated poetry collections, she continues to inspire us, an educationist and postgraduate student in English, blending imagination with profound literary expression. Bilkis, I hope you are there, because
Yes,
I could
I'm
see your
here.
messages. Yeah.
Yeah, am I
Yeah.
audible?
Yes, you're audible. I would like to, invite you for the presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm not entirely an academic, so my background is more in education. My studies are, well, I'm more of a poet, so I'm pursuing postgraduate studies in English, but kindly bear with me if my writing is more metaphorical or figurative. I am tapping into my undergraduate studies of English academia to work through this presentation. Right. I'm looking at the role of nature in contemporary poetry. The role of nature in contemporary poetry resounds in waves throughout periodic epochs in literature. The elements for expression in verse are weaved through inspiration derived from states of heightened perception and conveyed through imagistic landscapes as a parallel symbiosis within the physical and natural realms of existence. Contemporary civilization has navigated historical revolutions from industry to technology, where the natural world remains resolute in a beauty graced by the spiritual hand of divinity, yet scarred by sprawls of urban decay that campaign for ecological awareness. The analysis delivered henceforth explores the thematic flow of nature as a source of inspiration against environmental distress, where solace from nature as a panacea is challenged against the perils of technology and urbanization. The purpose within the scope of this thesis is towards establishing a harmony of coexistence where the role of poetry in contemporary literature exemplifies the voice for social responsibility. Structured within the framework of natural symphony towards environmental discord, through the poetry of selected contemporary poets is an examination of figurative devices in poetry towards a symbiosis of the role of nature in contemporary literature. First, we'll look at nature as panacea. An analysis of the role of nature in contemporary poetry will be rendered incomplete without a comparative introduction to the classic poet William Wordsworth, 1770-1850. Informed by his love for nature, Wordsworth's thematic expressions of beauty and joy, reflective insights through internal dialogue and refreshing bursts of inspiration established the foundation for the role of nature in contemporary poetry. In the Penguin Short History of English Literature, Stephen Quill states the timeless mystery of sorrowful humanity and its radiant beauty. To birds and flowers reflect an intensity of response, the most famous of these being I Wandered Lonely as a Cloud, as perhaps the most anthologized poem in English literature that takes the core of Wordsworth's poetic beliefs. Continues, the vision of the daffodils is reflected by the poet's greater organic sensibility. He has that power of imagination whereby he can relive such spots of time. For the true poet, the recreated memory of such deeply perceived scenes becomes an assurance of spiritual grace. For oft, when on my couch I lie, in vacant or in pensive mood, they flash upon the inward eye, which is the bliss of solitude. And then my heart with pleasure fills and dances with the daffodils. Nature in contemporary poetry is perched by a poet such as Mary Oliver, who was born in 1935 and died in 2019, who in her poem Wild Geese encourages solitude in nature through the appreciative evocation of observation. Wild Geese by Mary Oliver. You do not have to be good. You do not have to walk on your knees for 100 miles through the desert, repeating. You only have to let the soft animal of your body love what it loves. Tell me about despair, yours, and I will tell you mine. Meanwhile, the world goes on. Meanwhile, the sun and the clear pebbles of the rain are moving across the landscapes, over the prairies and the deep trees, the mountains and the rivers. Meanwhile, the wild geese high in the clean blue air are heading home again. Whoever you are, no matter how lonely, the world offers itself to your imagination, rolls to you like the wild geese, harsh and exciting, over and over announcing your place in the grand scheme of things. Oliver's Wild Geese is consolatory verse that offers nature as a panicky to despair and loneliness. The psychological angst that plagues contemporary society is kindled in nature for relief, reassurance, and the revival of the human spirit, symbolically represented by birds in flight. Now I'm going to look at nature as protest. The campaign for ecological awareness through poetry is conveyed in the poem Illusion. Illusion by Clive Blake. Although Mother Nature has been raped and abused, her basic laws ignored. So misread and confused, our living world remains a most beautiful place, a jewel that stands out from the darkness of space. Help her to recover. Nurse her back to full health, for without her, how empty the illusion of wealth. In Blake's poem, environmental consciousness and social responsibility towards preservation of the natural landscape is vocalized as outrage in words such as rape and abuse, ignored, misread, and confused. Nature is portrayed in innocence where the avarice of the assailant human's quest for wealth is a mirage that exists in a vacuum. An appeal for compassion is admonished through emphasis in our living world remains a beautiful place. An ecological lens through poetry represents the role of nature in contemporary literature. The poet's voice through protest advocates consciousness through awareness for the impact of climate change, deforestation, urban squalor, and pollution. The role of nature in contemporary poetry is illustrated and echoed in waves for revolutionary discourse, sensitized to the perilous passage of economic development and expansion against the fragile spirit of survival for environmental conservation and social reform. Let's look at figurative devices in poetry that depict nature. Vivid imagery and sensory language is evocative of poetic expression for the depiction of natural landscapes. Contemporary poets harness metaphor and symbolism to portray depth stitched within and between identity, culture, and the natural world. I'm going to conclude by saying it can be conclusively established that the role of nature in contemporary literature embodies a platform for ecological activism through poetic enlightenment. This harmonious symphony blends poetic verse as melody for a global chorus against environmental decay within the philosophical interior landscape that reflects the exterior world in nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Bilkis. Thank you for bringing that romantic lyricism and that rhythm again there as a part of your presentation, which I am sure everybody must have enjoyed. And definitely, you know, this contrast where the nature somewhere offers you beauty, but at the same time, the protest that perhaps is exhibited by these literary artists, where the nature would like to complain, you know, against the oppression of the humankind. Perhaps literature can make it possible, otherwise perhaps it's not. So thank you so much for bringing that, you know, beauty and the challenge together there in your paper. Now I would like to proceed with the next presenter, that is Brishti Mukherjee. So I would like to welcome Brishti Mukherjee, an accomplished academician who earned her MA in English with a gold medal from Sidho Kano Birsha University, Purulia. A 4-time UGC NET and SET qualifier, She has excelled in NPTEL online courses from IIT Madras and is currently pursuing an eminent at ABC Academy, Durgapur. So Brishti, please, we would like to hear your presentation.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, Brishti.
Good evening to all the delegates present here. Myself, Brishti Mukherjee from Jharkhand, Dhanbad. Currently, I'm working as TGT English at Rajkamal Saraswati Vidya Mandir. The topic of my presentation is Frost's Frozen Landscape and Eco-Critical Exploration. Robert Frost, of course, needs no introduction. We all know that he emerged as a poet in the America of transition when the American literature was transforming from romanticism to modernism. If we look at Robert Frost's poetry, we will see that he has used imagery and symbolism extensively, which lies in sharp contrast to the increasing urbanization of America. Now, in my paper, I have taken some of Frost's leading poems to analyze those poems from the perspective of eco-criticism. The theory eco-criticism, as we all know, the term was coined by William Reucott, and the theory was popularized by two famous theorists, Cheryl Glotfelty and Harold Fromm. If we look at the general ideas of eco-criticism, then in eco-criticism, nature is described as having a physical entity, and this particular theory is considered as an escape from the esoteric abyss that afflicts the current theorizing about literature. Now, if we analyze Frost's nature, then Frost's nature is never devoid of mankind. Rather, in his poems, Frost deliberately presents the woes of mankind. In an interview, Frost said, "I haven't written any of my poems except two poems without any human being." So he wants to identify that nature is not without human being. In Frost's poetry, nature is wild, realistic, and in his poems, he highlights the coexistence of man and nature. Now I'm going into a brief analysis of some of his poems. The first poem which I have taken in my paper, that is The Road Not Taken. It's a very celebrated poem and often anthologized poem of Robert Frost, which talks about the dilemma of choice in our life. In this poem, Frost presents a very beautiful landscape, a yellow forest with dry leaves. And as a poet, he is walking on the forest. He is in dilemma which road to choose. So the poem reflects a kind of pensive mood, and the dark forest, the yellow wood, all of these create all of these represent the complexities of life, and it also denotes the journey of life without any pause. The same element of journey of life is also present in another poem, Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening. Silence is celebrated here. The wood and the forest both are the beacons of promising care to the entire life. In this poem, a very interesting thing is there. Robert Frost presents the character of the horse. The horse stops to observe something, but this stopping doesn't indicate the ending. Rather, it is a kind of new beginning. For the poet or for the narrator, it is a very tedious journey. He says, "And miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep." But for the horse, it is a kind of new beginning. He stops and he very interestingly observes the nature. Another beautiful poem, very short poem, is Fire and Ice. In this poem, Robert Frost talks about human nature, not only the physical nature. And he talks about two emotions here, anger and hatred. And he also questions the human existence. The poet is a detached observer in this poem. If we take another poem, Coming, Then this poem is about the song of thrush. The poet listens to the song of thrush at dusk, and this song laments for the death of the sun. The poet also feels there is a kind of transitoriness of man's life. Another interesting poem is Tree at My Window. Already Anisha ma'am has mentioned the tree, the poem. In this poem also the poet highlights his obsession with trees, and he also highlights the primordial bonding between man and nature. And again, it talks about the internal dilemma of mankind. In another poem, Birches, the poet delivers his childhood memories through some nostalgic presentations. There is the snow-covered mountain, the ray of sun is there, and the breaking of glass reflects the harsh reality of life. Life is presented here as a pathless wood where you face burns and tickles with the cobwebs. Another important poem is Desert Places. In this poem also the poet highlights indifference, bleak and pessimistic nature. Now, if we analyze Robert Frost's nature in contrast with the nature of the Romantics, then we find the nature which is very sublime and majestic. But in Frost's poem, we find very ordinary and rural landscape. Whereas in Romantic poetry, human characters are really passive. But in Robert Frost's poems, human beings actively interact with nature. Rather, nature also echoes the ache of modernism. Frost's characters all suffer from all kinds of modern problems like frustration and loneliness. In the conclusion of my paper, I must say that Robert Frost's poetry can be analyzed on the backdrop of eco-criticism, taking into consideration the worsening global ecological crisis. Because Frost highlights the interdependence or the mutual dependent relationship between nature and human beings. In his poems, he highlights the deeper meanings of everyday activities, and he also represents the ecological consciousness, which also has a practical significance with the modern world. That's about my paper. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Bishti. In fact, it is always good to hear about Robert Frost, who has given the whole spectrum of the beautiful landscape, but at the same time also addressing the human nature and pointing out all those nuances of human nature somewhere, and having the deep understanding of let's say the human psychology to a great extent. When you were presenting the paper, I just I was reminded of the Birches and the way he has given the whole description and connected it to the human experiences. Nice paper, Pishti. Thank you so much. And because we have limited time, so without much ado, I would like to call next presenter. There's a special request from Chitra KS, so I think we could invite her. Chitra, please just give your brief introduction and follow the time limit.
Hello,
Chitra,
madam. Good evening.
Yes. Good evening. Yes,
Am I
Chitra.
audible?
Yes, you are audible. Kindly take 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah.
I am Chitra. I am research scholar, full-time research scholar doing my research under the guidance of Dr. Janata Kumari at Sri Ayyappa College for Women, Chungangadai. And I'll directly move on to my paper. My paper is titled Nature's Embrace, Indigenous Knowledge and Healing in David True's The Hayata. See, literature and nature both are intertwined and are equally important. Nature in literature serves as more than a backdrop, and it becomes a character in its own right. And the objective of my paper is how literature plays a crucial role in raising awareness among environmental issues and how it mirrors human emotions and experiences. Not only this, my paper also focuses or reflects the diverse cultural perspectives on nature, emphasizing a deep spiritual connection to the land, viewing it as a living entity with intrinsic value. To tell about the author, David Truer. David Truer is an Native indigenous writer, Native American indigenous writer belonging to the so-called tribe Ojibwe, and most of his writings focus on the life of Ojibwe people, and his writings focuses mainly on the connection between land and Native American experience. This novel, The Hiawatha, focuses on the story of Ojibwe family grappling with displacement, systemic oppression, and the struggle to maintain their cultural identity in mid-20th century in the place called Minneapolis. Here, nature is not acting just as a backdrop, but as a silent, yet significant character. The article dwells into the multifaceted role of nature, which is analyzed under the eco-critical framework. To tell about this eco-critical framework, it deals with the relationship between the literature and the physical environment. Moving on to the core ideas of my paper, in the novel The Hiawatha, nature is not just a passive or inert entity, but it is a living archive of cultural memory and spirituality. Throughout the novel, we find that nature not just interacts with the characters, but also creates impact in the life of the characters. The setting, the entire novel is set in Minneapolis, and the nature does not act just as a setting, but as a character that shapes the identity of the community. Here, nature acts as a repository of memory, linking the past and the present. I quote from the text: "The land remembers everything. It holds the stories of those who walked before us." So here, nature is not just acting as a setting, but as a reminder or as a repository of memory, telling us what about the past and linking us with the past and the present. The paper also focuses on the relationship between the symbiotic relationship between the characters and the land. I quote again from the text where Truer says, "We are land and the land is us." This tells about the relationship between the characters and the nature. The characters' relationship with nature reflect their tradition, beliefs, and histories.
Chitra, could
nature
you please conclude?
Also acts as a catalyst for change.
Sorry to intervene. Could you please conclude?
Sure, ma'am. Okay. To conclude with, the finding of my paper is nature is not just acting as a backdrop, but it acts as a repository of memory, and it helps in the relationship between man and the nature. How it acts as a catalyst for change. How Truer's narrative does not sly away from the impact of colonialism on natural environment, and how nature acts as a healing power and acts as a solace in during the crisis that the people face. Thank you.
Thank you, Chitra, for sharing the Native American cultural consciousness as reflected in their literature. And now I would like to proceed with the next presenter, that is Fer de la Cruz. So I'm delighted to welcome Fer de la Cruz, a poet and PhD candidate in Spanish at the University of California, Irvine. Originally from Yucatan, Mexico, he has published over 20 books, including poetry, narrative, and literary translation. Currently, he is working on his doctoral dissertation in Spanish. Fer de la Cruz, please.
Yes, thank you so much. In this paper, I show how contemporary Mayan poetic discourses treat natural elements as sentient, willing, non-human persons in accordance with an ancient philosophy still prevalent in the whole non-Western world and, of course, among First Nations throughout Abya Yala or the Americas, called Indigenous Cosmopolitics by Marisol de la Cadena, Peruvian anthropologist, and American Perspectivism by Eduardo Viveiros de Castro, Brazilian anthropologist, also commonly known as Buen Vivir in Spanish or good living, from Quechua Sumac Causay, Mulcushtal in Yucatec Mayan. The nature-culture divide is indeed a modern Western construction. Shmat Anil Kim Yokol Kab, Silence, the Earth Has Died. A poem by Isaac Esaú Carrillo Can is a clear example of this. It begins with the lines, "My mother gave birth to dry children. Nobody watered her. The eyes on the heavens have faded out. There is still no rain to dress your soul in mourning." This is an English translation by Jonathan Harrington. In Mayan tradition, death, rebirth is a yearly cycle, and the soil dying is a part of it. Garcia Quintanilla explains that in Mayan cosmic geography, after death, all souls descend to the underworld, the Metnal in Yucatec tradition, or the Xibalbá in Quiché tradition, as in the Popol Vuh, to be recycled before reincarnating. The poem continues and ends with the following line: "The earth has died. Nobody is burdened with a white casket. Nobody says a prayer for the adventure undertaken by the wandering soul. Nobody sets out flowers. Nobody keeps silent. The sun falls drop by drop. The earth has died. Nobody cries. Nobody." Again, translation by Jonathan Harrington. In the environment described, only the sun can be felt, and the lack of tears reinforces the notion of a dry season. I agree with Philippe Descola in his assertion that it is a mistake to regard a humanization of natural elements, in this case earth, portrayed as a mother and an emotional rain, as metaphor, as mere intellectual playfulness. While the reading of the earth giving birth or the sky crying is typically read as prosopopeia or personification, a rhetorical device, it reflects a Western view of a non-Western poem. However, I believe the author succeeds in jumping from cosmopolitical perspective to a naturalistic one and back, knowing that the poem works the same in either reading. Furthermore, I also believe the author intentionally maintains yet another ambiguity. See, in Yucatec Mayan, the word cab may be read as earth, land, territory. Here I show you a representation of cab, the word cab, earth, in Mayan hieroglyphs. That's the Dresden Codex. May be read as earth, land, territory, or as planet Earth. If we read it as land, the poem refers to dry season, but if we read it as planet Earth, the poet's view turns bleak. Remember the title, Silence, the Earth Has Died. The latter reading is what comes to mind at a first glance, both in Yucatec Mayan and in English, making the poem an artistic environmental protest with a socio-natural dimension clear to any reader familiar with cosmopolitics, and what is comfortable as jumping worlds or modes of reading. Here I want to quote the keynote speaker earlier, Dr. Nandini Sohu. She said, "We live in a planet where everyone has been given equal importance." We can see this in this poem. This is only a small example of the way contemporary Mayan poets draw from an ancestral but current philosophy that regard nature as a collective of sentient, willing subjects that co-live with humans in a shared cosmopoliteia or socio-natural environment. Although much has been written about cosmopolitics in the field of anthropology, there is much to be written on the literary works of First Nation poets in Abya Yala, or the Americas, if you will, that can reveal about our relationship with a suffering natural world. Well, thank you so much. I want to end by showing you a picture of the poet whose works I read today, Isaac Esaú Carrillo Can. He passed away in 2017 at age 43. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fadil La Cruz. Very good presentation and addressing a very important problem also in a way, a problematic or an issue which perhaps would need to be understood in literary circle. So it's really, important to understand the differences in the cultural perspectives and the cultural experiences. And somewhere, we will have to understand the indigenous knowledge system, their wisdom, and their connection with the nature the way they would like to have. So it was very, very important paper. And I think such kind of the platforms are necessary so that they can facilitate this kind of communication and interaction where different worldviews and different perspectives could come across and a better understanding of the different cultures could be developed. So thank you so much for your paper. And our next presenter is Dr. Hazi Muhammad Ali bin Hazi Redin. And I would like to welcome him. And he's known as HMAR in literary circle, a senior language officer at the Language and Literature Bureau, Brunei, Darussalam. A renowned poet and author, his works include Philosophy Garden, Moon Archer, and The Lost City. HMAR's literary contributions have been translated into numerous languages, including English, French, Spanish, and Arabic. So I would like to hear the presenter now. I hope Dr. Azi Muhammad Ali bin Hazi Radin is here. Is Dr. HMAR is connected?
I think Dr. Ali Radin was not here.
Okay, he's not here. So maybe we can proceed with the next presenter and then I would invite him if he joins later. Dr. Suchitra Avasthi. So I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Suchitra Avasthi, Associate Professor in the Department of English and Foreign Languages at Uttarakhand Open University. With over 18 years of teaching experience, her areas of specialization include post-colonial literature and the folk literature of Uttarakhand. Dr. Avasthi has published extensively in prestigious national and international journals. So we would like to hear Dr. Suchitra Avasthi's views.
My greetings to all the organizers, and I would like to thank you all from the depth of my heart for accommodating my paper in this very illustrious webinar. I would also like to express my greetings to all the distinguished speakers, and especially to the keynote speaker, Professor Nandini Sahu, for her very interesting and insightful keynote lecture. It was indeed a pleasure and a pleasant surprise for me to see you, ma'am, as a distinguished
Thank you,
keynote speaker.
I'm listening to you. I'm here. I'm listening.
Yes, so it was
Thank you.
wonderful listening to your lecture, and I heartily congratulate you for your illuminating lecture, ma'am. I'm Suchitra Avasthi, and I'm working as associate professor in the Department of English and Foreign Languages at Uttarakhand Open University, Haldwani. And because of paucity of time, I would just straight away discuss my paper. The title of my paper is Reimagining Earth Through the Stories of Deepa Agrawal. Should I just be reading out my abstract, ma'am, because of the time limit? Or should I read excerpts from my paper as well?
Maybe you can share the essence of your paper. If like you can convey it through abstract, it's fine. Otherwise, you may take, a few more minutes, but not like 5 minutes even at the most.
Okay, definitely. I'll keep that in mind. So my paper is on Deepa Agrawal. Deepa Agrawal is an acclaimed Indian author who intricately weaves the essence of Himalayan landscapes into her storytelling and highlights both the beauty and challenges of living in harmony with nature. Her works often reflect the lush yet fragile ecology of Uttarakhand, presenting nature as a pivotal force that shapes the identities, histories, and worldviews of her characters. This paper examines how Agrawal's narratives address urgent ecological themes, from the delicate balance of mountain ecosystems to the socio-environmental impacts of modernization on indigenous communities. Through an analysis of her works, the study explores Agrawal's unique ability to make the environment a salient character that profoundly influences the lives of her protagonists. Her works, such as Journeys to the Forbidden City, The Walking Tree, and Folk Tales from Uttarakhand, juxtapose the majestic allure of the mountains, especially the Himalayas, with the tangible threats they face, drawing attention to deforestation, climate change, and loss of biodiversity. Agrawal's narratives approach not only uh, the ecological interconnectedness, but also conveys an inherent critique to human encroachment and disregard for sustainable living. In addition to her descriptive environmental imagery, Agrawal incorporates elements of regional folklore and traditional wisdoms, lending a voice to the age-old practice that upholds nature's sanctity. This alignment with cultural memories and ecological consciousness situates her works within the broader genre of environmental literature, echoing concerns raised by writers like Amitav Ghosh and Ruskin Bond, who maintain a distinctive while maintaining a distinctive perspective rooted in the Himalayan experience. By examining how Agrawal's work reflects environmental concerns and foster a reverence for natural landscapes, this paper argues that her writings contribute significantly to contemporary environmental literature. In her portrayal of the interconnectedness between human and ecological realms, Agrawal's work serves both as a clarion call to preserve natural heritage and an invitation to rethink humanity's relationship with the earth. Her works serve as a reminder that preserving nature is not merely a regional issue, but also a universal one, which is integral to the cultural identity and continuity to humankind. So this was my abstract. So should I focus a little bit more on my paper?
Maybe one or two the extract you wanted to read them out, I suppose.
Yes, I thought probably I just wanted to focus on the three books that I have taken in my paper. One is the journey through one is the folk tales of Uttarakhand, because as the distinguished keynote speaker also focused on the folk culture of India. So I would like to concentrate on the folk culture of Uttarakhand. And Deepa Agrawal, her works are a rich tapestry of stories that often interweave ecological motifs and concerns, which reflect the intimate connection between humans and nature in the region of Uttarakhand. In several of her tales from this collection, that is Folk Tales of Uttarakhand, nature is depicted as a sentient force, embodying the cultural beliefs that it must be respected and preserved. like we could see other presenters also. Everyone, there was one core issue that was pertinent in everybody's presentation, and that was, how we need to be sensitive towards nature, and how we need to move from an Anthropocene, way of looking at things to an ecocentric way of looking at things, which like Ma'am Nandisa, who also focused in her lecture. So this is what even Deepa Agrawal focuses on her in her works. What she focuses on is that she's using natural bodies like the forests, like rivers, like sacred groves as motifs to underscore the importance of ecological wisdom. Likewise, animals in these folk tales are not merely symbolic, but are central to the moral and ecological lessons, like we see in Jatak tales also. So she's taking us back to the ancient Indian wisdom, that is also reflected in our scriptures. Through these narratives, she warns us against environmental degradation while celebrating the harmony that exists between nature and humans. And these stories are rooted in tradition and resonate deeply with modern ecological concerns. That was one thing that I wanted to focus. The other thing was the other book that I've highlighted is her book. It's titled Journeys to the Forbidden City. And it's about this intrepid Indian explorer from the mountains of Kumaon, Pandit Nain Singh Rawat. Now, he was basically a surveyor who surveyed vast geographical terrains of Tibet. And in this book, Agrawal focuses how mountains are resilient, and how Pandit Nain Singh Rawat, who was basically a surveyor, he kind of made arduous journeys to Tibet, and how he learned the lessons of resilience through these mountains. So I've focused on these two works, and one very interesting work that I wanted to focus
I think
on.
Suchitra, maybe you can conclude now.
Okay, fine. Thank you. I will just conclude my paper. Another interesting parallel that I found was, of course, as we have seen presenters who've talked about writers down the ages from American transcendentalists like Thoreau, and of course, we had Longfellow. You had presenters who had wonderful presentations on papers on Thoreau and like Robert Frost, and people from all walks of life. Likewise, I when I was writing my paper, I had three very important writers in mind, contemporary writers. One was Deepa Agrawal, and I felt how her works are parallel to works by Sumana Roy. Her recent book, How I Became a Tree, has gained a lot of acclaim recently. And this year's Nobel Prize for Literature was won by a Korean writer, Han Kan. So she also wrote this book, The Vegetarian. And I feel all these three authors, they share thematic and philosophical undercurrents, and how their works revolve around ecology. So basically, towards the end of my paper, I try to compare the writings of these three contemporary writers, and all three feminist writers, Deepa Agrawal, Sumana Roy, and Han Kan, who won the Nobel Prize for Literature in the year 2024. And I would just conclude now. To conclude, through her evocative prose and environmentally conscious storytelling, Deepa Agrawal has carved a unique place in contemporary literature, which focuses on nature and human interactions. In her books, the natural world, like the tree, the tiger, a river, have profound messages to convey to the 21st century reader. Her works invite readers to view the earth not as a commodity, but as a sacred living tapestry where we are privileged to inhabit. Agrawal's stories emphasize the need to respect, to treat nature with humility, and have a renewed commitment to safeguard the planet for future generations. Agrawal's works, which range from the folk tales of Uttarakhand to journeys to the Forbidden City, serve both as a celebration of nature's wonders and a cautionary tale about the consequences of human disregard. By re-examining Earth through her stories, Agrawal offers readers a pathway to connect with the environment, fostering a sense of stewardship and reverence, which is vital to our modern Anthropocene age. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Suchitra. In fact, it's very important that we actually include, these voices like Deepa Agrawal and Han Kang, the contemporary writers who are somewhere, focusing and addressing, such important issues. So, in fact, I wanted to hear your full paper. I was so interested, even the folklore also, because see the folk imagination, the way these writers use folk imagination to address such relevant social issues and environmental issues. In fact, they have contributed a lot to formulate this whole discipline of environmental humanities. So their writings are very, very important and relevant. So anyways, because of the paucity of time, I've been brutally assassinating the paper at level.
Not
I
at
feel
all. You've
so.
given me this platform, and that really means a lot to me.
For to others also, so I would apologize for that. But then, I've been given this responsibility to keep the track of the time, and so that I can do justice with the other presenters also who are
Doing your job
actually waiting.
wonderfully, ma'am.
I'll just put in a word here. Can I put in a
Yes,
word here?
yes, Professor Nani, please.
Yes. Suchitra has been doing good work. I
Yeah.
know her research since, decades. And then Deepa Agarwal will be very happy to see this paper. So Suchitra, please send it to me. I will publish it.
Definitely. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good work.
Thank you for your encouragement, ma'am.
Always, always.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So it was really nice to have such presentations like which are somewhere opening your mind, in multiple directions, and somewhere you are learning a lot, being a part of this event. So it's really a wonderful experience for me too. So anyways, now I would like to go ahead with the next presenter, that is Mo Madhuvanti. We are pleased to welcome Mo Madhuvanti, a Canadian-based diasporic Bengali poet, storyteller, lyricist, and drama artist. Known for her experimental writing and commitment to free thinking and individuality, she writes in both Bengali and English. A staunch believer in humanism over feminism, she has received numerous international awards and continues to present Bengali literature globally. So, Professor Mo Madhuvanti, I would like to
so much.
hear. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate. I'm not a professor. I am a PhD candidate on business. Thank you so much. So due to time constraint, I would just go straight to my paper. And it is a great pleasure actually to hear from all these very unique presenters and professors and scholars. I am honored to have this opportunity to share with you all my presentation and on population growth and nature's place in modern literature. So I'll go quickly with a piece of poem. In crowded cities, nature's voice grows faint, yet in words her whispers paint. A world where growth and green entwine, literature's embrace a hopeful sign. Here in this paper, I reviewed the sum of the literature from the present days, such as Richard Powers and Barbara Kingslauber. This work highlights that issue of environmental loss and the need for sustainable interventions. It also calls for educational and workplace wellness programs to promote better lifestyles and greater access to good food, which would elevate the most pressing issues of overpopulation. This paper analyzing point to the significance of literature for making people aware of and motivated to act on environmental conservation. So population is already an environmental hazard to the Earth's surface and environment, causing environmental degradation and harming sustainability efforts worldwide. With a population of more than 7.9 billion, the demand for critical resources like water, arable land, energy is so high that habitats are being destroyed, biodiversity has disappeared, and pollution is increasing, according to Smith and Johnson 2020. Literature today captures these issues in ecology, humanity's conflict with the natural world, and the ramification of not doing what we must do for this earth. For example, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization, 2018, agriculture is a significant cause of deforestation, a source of 90% of tropical forest destruction. This shift, in addition to diminishing Earth's ability to hold carbon, results in the extinction of trillions of species and ecological collapse. So population growth, urbanization further increases the stripping of the natural world to the short-term economic advantage over ecological balance, increased usage of fossil fuels of generate energy drivers climate change, creating more severe weather conditions and changing agricultural cycles that make today food security even more uncertain, according to Miller 2021. Overpopulation and environmental pressure are a vicious cycle, one of the gravest crises of our generation. Many authors today write about overpopulation and its consequences, not just nature, who is a victim, but nature as a witness. Books are also a powerful way to think about how humanity engages with the world and what is at stake in non-sustainable practices. According to Williams 2018, genders entice writers to look at overpopulation's ecological consequences, calling on the reader to think twice about how they contribute to conserving natural areas. In novels like Richard Powers' The Over Story, we learn of the deep links between humans and trees and how ecosystem destruction directly affects individuals and societies. This novel weaves the stories of different characters representing different conservation modes and the cost of not heeding nature. Powers' book asks its readers to realize the value of preserving nature against the nimble demand for the progress of human development. So does Barbara Kingslober's flight behavior about climate change and ecological rupture depicts human activity that breaks natural systems and create an overall environmental catastrophe. The novel's protagonists must confront their place in a changing world and what individual choice can do for their well-being and environmental health. Discussing these interrelated issues in Kingslober speaks to the importance of environmental education and nature protection. That is, what is the correlation with climate change? Climate change is a significant factor exacerbating humanitarian issues, including food insecurity, displacement, and health crises. Here's how climate change correlates with these issues with food insecurity, displacement and migration, health crisis. So as the World Health Organization 2021 points out, climate change is directly responsible for humanitarian disasters such as heat waves, wildfires, and floods. Sociopolitical instability here, this volatility further makes humanitarian assistance more difficult and more demanding of foreign aid and interventions. Call to action for this thing to take care that information on a sustainable management, literature, well-informed public debate, establishing a sustainability culture, activate local communities. Empirical data on humanitarian declines, actually, I took the data from Africa for the Gini coefficient to show the global hunger index, which is not possible to show now. And income inequality, according to World Bank 2021. And in this paper, I also showed that environmental degradation, global footprint network, according to 2021, that humanity uses resources equivalent. And with that, I'm going to conclude my paper here, my presentation here. So in short, overpopulation takes its toll on the land and the natural world, creating environmental problems whose resonance can be found in popular writing today. Writers take the stage to consider the impact of humanity's connection to nature and challenges their readers to see the need for sustainability Now, by taking about the impact of overpopulation and fighting for solutions, both in print and the world, there is potential for better health and green sustainability. We must emphasize the relationship between our human behavior and nature if we are to work towards a sustainable future. There is a concluding quote from Isaac Asimov says that, "Isn't it sad that you can tell people that the ozone layer is being depleted, the forests are being cut down, the deserts are advancing steadily, that the greenhouse effect will raise the sea level 200 feet, that overpopulation is soaking us, that pollution is killing us, that nuclear war may destroy us," and they yawn and settle back for a comfortable nap, but tell them that the Meridians are landing and they scream and run. Thank you so much. Thank you, the organizers, Preet Nambivir and Irene Dura. I also would like to extend my thanks to dear friend Pardila Cruz and Dravida Anzum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madhuvanti. Thank you for drawing attention to the devastating impact of, let's say, population growth and the non-sustainable practice. Your paper rightly pointed out the need of environmental education, which is very much necessary because the issues which we are facing, I mean, they are not imaginary. They are very, very real, and they are just, standing in front of us. So we cannot ignore them anymore. So thank you so much for such paper, which is actually, compelling us to think about it, that what and when we will do and what we will do, like if not now. So thank you so much. And then let me have another presenter, Debojyoti Dan. And I would like to welcome Debojyoti Dan, poet and literary critic, currently teaching in the Department of English at Neba Beliganj Mahavidyalaya. He has authored 2 poetry collections, Enigma of Red Shadows and Enigma Unveiled, and has received the first prize in the French poetry competition in 2007. So Debojyoti, I think he was also inquiring about the time of presentation. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Please.
it's actually
Yeah.
the time is getting late. It's night.
Yeah, exactly. Please. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. The title of my paper is Aquapoetics of T.S. Eliot in the Wasteland, a study of blue humanism. The aquapoetics of T.S. Eliot is not simply biotic in relation to his masterpiece, The Wasteland, but rhizospheric as we shift the cellular narratives from androcentricism to phytogeneticism and to aqua dystopia. The dryness in roots of the plants and infertility is brilliantly amalgamated in the opening lines of the poem. April is the cruelest month, breeding lilacs out of dead land, mixing memory and desire, stirring dull roots with spring rain. The dry roots and dry land is essentially a phytometaphoric counterpart to the infertility in male and phallic roots and the female womb land. The botanical life here talks about the absence of optimal level of water availability, which is the reason of both dull roots as well as the dead land. The fluctuation in soil moisture beyond optimal can affect the blossoming and survivability of flowering and fruition. What we find in this botanical metaphor is the aporia of water in the rhizosphere, thereby making the presence of growth and health balance and a dysfunctionality of the body parallel with the lack of the plant nutrient uptake. The geoclimatic landscape of England and socio-political situation of the world runs in parallel with the intrapersonal life of Eliot. The cellular dryness is phytocentric as well as androcentric. When we put Eliot's conjugal life with Vivienne in the context, Eliot follows the diachronic narrative in this poem of phytosemiosis and the anatomy of his marriage and create infinity, which is rendered impossible by Cartesian principle that has surgically scissored body from mind soul and has given birth to the fetus of discourse. Instead of I think, therefore I am, we have I am sick, therefore I am. The lack of water, which is the metaphor of absence of the moisture of love, causing the biological dryness as well as the dryness in the hyperspace of Eliot's microbiological relation with Vivienne. Lack of water and dryness is put in the context of the poem, along with the loss of water and transpiration from leaves, often surpasses the water uptake rate through the roots, causing life to falter, as Eliot's relation does with Vivienne. And what we have as a result in the poem is, to quote, "What are the roots that clutch? What branches grow out of this stony rubbish? Son of man, you cannot say or guess, for you know only a heap of broken images where the sun beats and the dry, dead tree gives no shelter, the cricket no relief, and dry stone no sound of water." And I end my quote. The roots strive to uptake more water through their expansion, and this ultimately adapts plants to minimize stomatal loss of water when there is a water deficit. This is where the post-human entanglement takes place between the phytocentrism and the anthropocentrism. The duality of plant and human life are not only coexistent here, but enmeshed. The biological organism here becomes phyto-exceptionalist, as we see how the water deficit affected the cell division, causing the reduction of the cell wall extensibility and turgor. In the Shipwreck Modernity, Steve Menz explored, quote, "wet narratives that emphasize disorder, disorientation, and rupture," end quote, in juxtaposition with, to open quote, "a dry counter movement that attempts to make sense and the meaning of disaster." The contrast between the wet swirl and the dry structure operates as a fundamental division that animates Blue Humanity's thinking. The conceptual distinction between the experience and knowledge and the felt difference between feeling and form flow from the contrast between the wet and the dry. To be wet, to be in, within quote, generates an experience and distinctive feeling. Drying is the slower process, an imposition of form and accumulation of knowledge. The above quotation links Blue Humanities with my research on Eliot's aquapoetics and phytopoetics. The third section of the poem, that is a fire sermon, brings out the aquapoetics and Blue Humanism as the garbological waste invades Thames, the river Thames, that is. That is why the river the river's tent is broken. The identity of the river becomes fragmented as the nymphs are departed, within quote. The clean and hygienic drinking water is threatened, and so is aquatic life. The nymph can well be the metaphor of the spirits of water, as well as the aquatic beings. The health of maritime life is the most important aspect of aquapoetics, as the sense-making of water life is gradually depleted by the Anthropocene. We understand the disease of pollution has eroded the Blue Humanities. Thus, the sweet Thames, quote, "runs softly till I end my song." The song is here also a nostalgic reminiscence of the past. where water bodies had not been encumbered by garbage. Quote, the river bears no empty bottles, sandwich paper, silk handkerchief, cardboard boxes, cigarette ends, or other testimony of summer nights. End quote. Here, the no, quote, the word no is an absence presence when looked from the referentiality of presence. The presentification of now is where the plastic bottles dominate the space of aquapoetics. The emphasis of empty bottles, sandwich papers, and other testimonies of summer nights, within quotes, bring out the geographic invasion of the pollutant in aquatic space and the emergence of the new immortal, the plastic waste. The sense-making of a botanist's exploration of plant is the scientific methodology with the teleology of epistemic unraveling of life outside andros. On the one hand, the poetic imagination of romanticized wonder of natural world and the Darstellung, the German word, Darstellung, created during the 19th century British and German poetics, provided an ontological connection with the nature. The aim of this paper is to bring out how the wasteland amalgamates the phytopoetics and the cellular narratives along with the aquadynamics of the poems. And here the dysfunctionality is the fetus of the metaphor. I can see my time is almost up. Can I just end with three lines?
Yeah, sure. Just conclude it.
The series of dead bodies floating in Thames, dead land, dryness, infertility, all of them constitute a diseased existence. And we very well know what is a diseased existence post-COVID, which introduced the discourse of disengagement between the body and the world, and the body as divided in itself. So we have the primal sectorial disturbance of biome in Gaian hypothesis, seeing Eros meeting Thanatos outside the probiotic engagement of Gaia. Thank you.
Thank you, Devajyoti. I think it was a very, very interesting paper. I mean, T.S. Eliot's Wasteland has been analyzed from different perspectives, and it has been the part of, let's say, research for a long time. But the novelty which you have brought today through your paper, that is really worth praising. So I would like to congratulate you for that. In fact, the whole shift from the anthropocentric, perspective to the phytocentric perspective is again interesting. And I could see how the two disciplines are, working together and going together at par with, let's say, the biological or the macrobiological point of view, meeting the aesthetic dimension of literature here on this site. It was really interesting to see. So thank you for your presentation. And let me invite the next presenter, that is Rene Boy E. Abiwa. We welcome Rene Boy E. Abiwa, MA, MP, DLIT, a full-time professor at Manuel V. Gallego Foundation Colleges and part-time professor at Wesleyan University Graduate School. A prolific author of 15 books, his works have been featured in outlets like Diliman Review and the Cultural Center of the Philippines. Abiwa has received numerous fellowships and awards, including the Gawad Monico Atenza and the Creators of Justice Literary Award. So I think Rene Boy E. Abiwa, please, we are waiting for your presentation. If you are here. Is the presenter here? I'm just trying to see the participant. If Professor Abiwa is not here, maybe we can go ahead with the next presenter. That is Theodorus Delmaris. I hope I'm pronouncing the names and correctly. I don't know exactly. I would apologize if there is some problem in the pronunciation.
Good evening to everyone.
Let me introduce the presenter. Now I could see she is here. A Greek poet, entrepreneur and author, studied mathematics at the University of Athens, and he has authored 5 books with poetry recognized in national and international competitions, and his works explore Greek wisdom, diversity, and universal laws. His upcoming collection, Prayer to the Potential God of Light Within Me, will be published by Writers International Edition.
Thank you very much, and good evening to everyone. Congratulations for all the wonderful presentations. I'm presenting this paper on behalf of my husband, because Theodorus Dalmaris, because he does not speak English. And therefore, I'm undertaking the task of reading out his paper and giving you another slant to this, to the theme of the effects of the people on nature. The title of his paper is Respecting Natural and Ethical Order is a Prerequisite for the Development of Our Life and Its Meaning. And it's basically based on ancient Greek philosophy, such as Plato. The unceasing, undeclared struggle in life is the laws of nature. Individuality is an illusion. We are all one, by Albert, as saying by Albert Einstein. We do not simply liberate God by struggling and subjugating the visible world around us. We create God, by Nikos Kazantzakis. And generally, the study of the ancient Greek logos, the word. His paper is more a philosophical summary of this idea of respecting nature, and therefore I will read you a couple of the pieces to give you an idea. So to start off with, nature and the universe form a single indivisible entity. The beings that constitute it are its offspring, endowed with all the inherent provisions needed for their survival and perpetuation. Yet humans differ from all other beings due to their unique privilege of free will, an unrelenting drive for ever deeper knowledge, but also the urge to indulge in base passions. All natural and universal beings live according to their nature. They are free. The entropy they produce is absorbed by nature itself within a framework of mutual solidarity and reciprocity among beings. Humanity, however, stands apart from all other entities. Humans possess the privilege of ascending the ladder of knowledge, becoming freer and more noble, or descending it by indulging in baser passions, amassing wealth, and exerting power at the expense of many. The abuse of wealth and authority disrupts societal and natural balance, leading humanity and nature towards decay. This imbalance diverts us from our natural path and brings about inevitable upheavals and vast, possibly existential catastrophes. Indeterminate millennia have passed since humanity began inhabiting this small speck of earth. Yet it seems that only in this Mediterranean area during the 5th, 4th, and 3rd centuries BC did another burst of light illuminate the world, marking the beginning of our understanding of it. Since then, an unquenchable luminous script has become humanity's heritage from the Greeks, extending across the globe. This nova burst also enlightened the Eastern peoples. For tens of thousands of years, only a few enlightened individuals shared in this communion. They understand that the ancient Greek logos and the wisdom of Eastern nations remain unsurpassed to this day and are unlikely to be eclipsed. The majority remain bound to ancient perceptions derived from sensory experiences of their environment and remain enslaved by forces that, since the dawn of history, have sought to subjugate them. This uncritical acceptance of our enslavement, passed down from the darkness of history, has led humanity to consolidate his fear of the elements of nature and natural phenomena until the invention of private gods and the deification of wealth and base passions formed the unbreakable chains of his subjugation and self-destruction. Since the dawn of existence, humanity has aligned itself behind the shadows of fear, born of ignorance, instilling a sense of belonging to them at any cost. For millennia, these shadows have shaped human thought, molding the modern slave. A few enlightened individuals have attempted to understand the greater unknown force. They expanded their knowledge and horizons, often paying with their lives under the persecution of oppressive inquisitors for their daring defiance. Yet, through their sacrifice, these few pioneers illuminated truth, exposing their tyrants. Gradually, private gods lost their allure, becoming increasingly repellent and distant. Slowly, the dormant inner God, a luminous, a universal and cosmic force, awakened. The insatiable desire for ever greater and deeper knowledge of the world and self, and for greater creation, continues to grow inevitably. As our understanding of natural and cosmic laws, as well as of ourselves, deepens, we become wiser, freer, less fearful, and more capable of dispelling these phantoms, further expanding our horizons. Yesterday's local wanderer becomes today's global traveller and seeker of the infinite. Embracing its wonder and complexity, humanity strives for an even deeper understanding of it. There is an innate drive towards alignment with the timeless, spaceless, and supreme world, seeking to rise to the higher levels of comprehension. Charged with fields of higher energy, we pursue freedom as our true nature commands, but this path is for the few. The majority, blinded by the light, perfection, and supreme marvel of creation, distance themselves. They become the opposing force, occupying the post of the opposite pole, that of evil, darkness, and the void, driven by their negative internal impulse. Yet, the imbalance between forces of good and evil is aggravated by humanity's excess and the entropy generated from this unavoidable battle, which cannot be absorbed by nature's provisions, leading to imbalance and destruction in human societies and the ecosystem. The forces of evil and our excess have squandered our inherent forces for good, diverting humanity's natural inclination, turning it toward unrestrained hedonism and irrational accumulation of wealth, the pleasure of the few and the dominance of the many. This deviation destabilizes the balance and the harmony among individuals, as well as society's overall balance with natural and ethical order. It strangles individual free will and collective free consciousness, promoting ultimate disorder, rampant entropy, and an irreversible imbalance. The compatibility between natural, cosmic, and human order is disrupted, and as a result of this incompatibility, humanity surpasses the limits of natural and moral endurance, leading to inevitable catastrophic outcomes. This evolution can only be reversed by humanity itself through the reformation of collective consciousness, which must remain aligned with the laws of nature, the universe, and ethical order. It must be charged with higher order energy fields, seeking ever greater degrees of freedom for the greater whole. Every creative endeavor must be included within these parameters. In conclusion, with these dynamics in mind, we can understand the evolving forces when humanity's collective consciousness fails to maintain vigilance in order to shape the perpetual struggle between good and evil in favor of the common good. When one of the two forces prevails over the other, aiming at its destruction than the overthrow of order ensures, which tends towards absolute ruin. In other words, there must be a balance between good and evil. In religious interpretation, the dual nature of the world is often understood through the lens of two opposing forces and the necessity to vanquish evil. Yet, such an approach, as noted, leads to inevitable and complete destruction. These religions do not envision the salvation and glory of humanity, but rather the defeat of the opponent. Only the collective consciousness of humanity within the framework of direct democracy can intervene as a stabilizing regularity and creative mechanism in the tendency of evolution. The arts of Hephaestus and Athena, the art of politics of Zeus, modesty, ethical fear, and the sense of justice, the inner search for eros in the face of a single heterosexual human being, and their fusion into an undivided and indivisible dipole compose a divine force that will propel humanity above its base passions into the realm of light. Our duty is to ignite this force within the framework of our free will. The realization of this ingrained impulse occurs through the continuous and unobstructed succession of homelands and nations governed by the regimes of direct democracy. This political act will expel enslaving forces and unleash creative ones. The organization of the homelands into broader entities will multiply the benefits for the common good, forging mutual understanding, solidarity, and reciprocity. Otherwise, humanity will build on sand, doomed to self-destruct, and will continue to recycle until it acquires a conscience of its existence and its freedom, thereby identifying with its nature and ascending to become a citizen in the realm of light. A rather philosophical piece of work, as I said, it's based on various readings from the ancient Greek writers, and not only, focusing on the natural and ethical order that we must have towards nature in order for nature not to be destroyed. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much to the author as well as the better half of the author who read it out for all of us. Thank you for such a deep philosophical presentation, because, you know, the paper not only foregrounded the existential questions, you know, which are really, really important, but it has also pointed out the imbalances and where to, you know, hit those imbalances and in what manner we have to address those imbalances. So that insight, you know, just capturing those gaps and then addressing them in, you know, in the manner of a scholarship, presenting it in the whole form, that was really a wonderful job. Thank you so much.
I would just like to say that my husband writes in Greek, and it's in very formal Greek, using very specific words in order to express what he is trying to say. Therefore, translating it into English is a very difficult process, because you cannot always find the specific word in order
exact equivalent for that. Yeah.
Yes.
But still, you really did a great job.
Thank you.
So I would like to invite the next presenter now. Vinita Agrawal is an award-winning poet and author of 6 books, including Eartha, Sahitya Academy, and Twilight Language, Proverse Prize Hong Kong 2021. She has received the Rabindranath Tagore Literary Prize and the Gayatri Gamache Memorial Award, among others. A passionate advocate for environmental issues, she co-chairs the Global Council for Excellence in Environment and Sustainability. So I would like to invite our great creative writer, Vinita Agrawal.
for the
Thank
presentation.
you, Professor Bhumika. Thank you so much. Clearly, the letter V comes with disadvantages. You're almost always last on the roster.
I know.
So I'll just dive straight into my paper. But before that, may I thank Nandini Sahu for mentioning my book, Eartha. Thank you very much, Nandini. Very kind and gracious of you. And many, many thanks to Preet Nambiar, the founder of this Global Nexus series, and providing us with this wonderful platform. So it's an honor and a privilege to be reading here. I'll just dive straight into my paper, which is called The Role of Nature in Contemporary Literature. In contemporary literature, nature has evolved from a mere backdrop into a dynamic character that shapes narratives, conveys thematic depth, and reflects human emotions and societal concerns. Modern writers draw on nature not only to explore humanity's connection to the environment, but also to examine pressing issues such as climate change, environmental degradation, and the loss of biodiversity. As readers face an increasingly complex relationship with the natural world, contemporary literature uses nature to interrogate these complexities, emphasizing our interdependence with the environment and promoting reflection on our responsibilities towards it. One key role of nature in contemporary literature is as a symbol of both beauty and vulnerability. Many poets use nature to highlight precariousness of ecosystems and the urgent need to protect them. They weave multiple narratives around trees, water, animals, and birds, emphasizing that highlighting them is not only vital for ecological balance, but that also they possess an intrinsic value that humanity often overlooks. In doing so, these writers challenge readers to rethink their relationship with nature, promoting awareness and empathy towards the natural world. And nature in these works becomes almost like a call for action. In addition, nature serves as a powerful medium for exploring human emotion and the existential themes. For instance, in Mary Oliver's works, the simplicity of nature evokes feelings of melancholy, longing, introspection. Oliver's use of nature as a reflection of internal states allows her to delve into complex emotions in a way that is universally relatable, demonstrating how landscapes and natural elements can mirror human experiences. Through this connection, contemporary writers highlight how deeply intertwined human identity and emotion are with the natural world. Nature also plays a role in fostering a sense of place and grounding characters in their environments. In Keki Daruwala's poem of Ledges and Moss are both a place of refuge and a source of identity of nature's bandwidth. The poet uses his poem to bring home the point that nature's empire is not confined to forest and savanna. The soul is also one of its habitats. Daruwala explores themes of isolation, survival, and resilience, showing how nature can shape the lives of those who live close to it. This approach reminds readers that nature is not only a setting, but also a shaper of lives, shaping values, relationships, and self-perception. Finally, writers employ nature to address environmental justice and the impact of industrialization. Climate change is depicted not as a distant threat, but as a present reality affecting both ecosystems and communities. Their energy urges me to contemplate what I, as a poet, or my Indian English poetry community can do to fast track this concern for our environment. Can Delhiites enjoy a relaxed evening walk without a mask? Can Mumbaiites encourage an afforestation drive in RA colony? So how should we administer poetry to take charge of this grim environmental condition that is endangering our future generations? To begin a change, we must first initiate it and embody it, can we then, as poets, collectively work to farm a deeper consciousness amongst school children? Can we reject the rigidity of an agenda-driven poem? Can we also retain the dignity of language customary to literary practice? In conclusion, nature in contemporary literature serves multiple functions. It is a character, a symbol, a reflection of human emotions, and a means to explore environmental and ethical issues. By intertwining human experiences with natural elements, contemporary authors emphasize the importance of preserving the natural world, both for the environment's sake and for our own. In an era of ecological uncertainty, literature reminds us that the fate of humanity and the fate of nature are inextricably linked. I'd like to end there. I know we're running short of time and everybody is a bit tired towards the end of the session. So that's the point I had to make. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vanita, for a very good paper, because you really talked about the instrumentality of nature, which is actually working in many ways, becoming our voice at times, and sometimes a partner, sometimes, the reflector of our emotions, and not only setting, but the characters. So even in such a short time, you have covered the whole spectrum of the instrumentality of nature and how it is intrinsically connected with human. So thank you for your paper. And let's go to the next presenter, that is Nargiza Toilova Isakovna. Nargiza is the Dean of the Faculty at Fergana State University, English Language and Literature Department, EMI Program Coordinator at Fergana State University, PhD, Associate Professor at Fergana State University, Uzbekistan. So I hope Nargiza is there and we would like to hear her views. Is Nargiza here? Otherwise, we would go to the next presenter.
Hello.
Okay, you are here?
No, she's my supervisor and she's not here. But
okay, so may I know who is presenting?
This is me, Mahfrat Abdurrahmanova. She is my supervisor. We wrote the paper together.
Okay. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay.
Would you like to present?
Yes, but unfortunately, I couldn't open the video. May I speak?
Yeah, please do. Please go ahead. Because I could not see the other presenter. So maybe you can speak. You can present.
Okay. Good day, everyone. I am Pratibha Ray from Uzbekistan, and I am the graduate student of Fergana State University English Language and Literature Faculty, situated in Uzbekistan. And I am happy to be here and share my reflections on Kazuo Ishiguro's remarkable novel, Clara and the Sun. And this is also the theme of my graduation work at the university. And now, this work is more than just a narrative, it's a profound meditation on the interplay between technology, humanity, and the natural world. So, at its core, the novel introduces us to Clara, and it is an artificial friend whose perception of the world is shaped by both her technological design and her unique, almost human-like sensibility. Clara's unwavering faith in the sun as a source of life and healing stands in the stark contrast to humanity's growing dependence on artificial systems. And through Clara's eyes, Ishiguro compels us to question not only the role of technology in our life, but also our relationship with the environment that sustains us. Because in the beginning of the novel, we can see that the boy Aeofrix calls Clara greedy because he thinks that She absorbs more the shines of the sun than him. But after reading some pages, you can see that his model has some problems with solar absorption. And one of the most striking aspects of Clara and the Sun is the symbolic use of the sun itself. And you can feel this from the beginning of the novel. To Clara, the sun is not just a celestial body, but a force of renewal and hope. This belief reflects a deeper trust about the world we live in. Our reliance on natural force is as vital as ever, yet we often neglect them in pursuit of technological advancement. And also, the novel portrays this tension. For example, Clara observes how some AFs, I mean artificial friends, struggle due to insufficient solar absorption, a subtle yet poignant metaphor for humanity's over-reliance on synthetic energy and disregard for natural resource. And Ishiguro's narrative raises critical question. How can we as a society reconcile our need for technology progress with the imperative to protect our environment? Can artificial intelligence coexist with the natural world in a way that enhances rather than diminishes our ecological awareness? These are not just abstract ideas, but pressing concerns in today's world where climate change and environmental degradation demand urgent action. And the novel also explores how technology influences human relationships and values. Clara's interaction with humans reveal a growing alienation, a loss of genuine connection in a world increasingly mediated by machines. Yet her deep respect for the sun suggests an alternative path, one where technology and nature coexist in harmony. Ishiguro invites us to envision a future where innovation is not at odds with the environment but is instead informed by it. As we navigate an era defined by rapid technological advancement, Clara and the Sun serves as a reminder of enduring importance of nature, and Ishiguro uses Clara's faith in the sun to symbolize hope, a belief that humanity can rediscover its connection to the natural world. This hope is not naive but deeply rooted in the idea that progress and preservation are not mutually exclusive. In conclusion, Clara and the Sun is more than just a story about artificial intelligence. It is a call to reflect on our values as a society, and it challenges us to find balance, to embrace the benefits of technology while remaining mindful of the ecological systems that sustain us. Through Clara's journey, Jigoro reminds us that even in a world dominated by machines, the sun will always shine, offering life, hope, and a chance to restore harmony. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation where you have actually somewhere kindled the hope through, of course, through the writing of Ishiguro, that there is the possibility of the harmony between the technology and the environment. I think this is the option that we will have to go for. And we are left with the two presenters only, so I think we'll be wind up in time. Next presenter is Arvind Ramli, is an assistant researcher, social media specialist, and documentary filmmaker dedicated to cultural preservation. He holds a bachelor's degree in broadcasting from Sekolah Tinggi Multimedia in Yogyakarta and a master's degree in culture and creative industry from University Technology Mara. So I invite the presenter, Arvind Ramli.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible, Arvind.
Right, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Now I will be present my paper with the title The Intersection folklore of Pasangkayu and ecology in the cultural identity of Pasangkayu. And this paper conducted by me and Dr. Senatul Suhaida Abdurrahman as my corresponding author. And okay, this paper will explore how folklore and ecology intertwine with the cultural identity of Pasangkayu. Pasangkayu is the name of region in West Sulawesi, Indonesia. Okay, first, let me define the key terms. First, there is the folklore that encompasses myth, legends, ritual, and other cultural expression passed down through generation, and it preserves the cultural heritage and transmit value, norm, and wisdom. And there is ecology. Ecology, the interaction between organism and their environments that should play a critical role in guiding conservation strategies and amidst environmental degradation. The connection between folklore and ecology is exemplified in the story of Pasangkayu, which is the symbolize of Pasangkayu, the name of the city in Indonesia. This folklore connected with the cultural value that can be shape our behavior to the nature. Okay, as highlighted by Marlina, that's a symbolize of Pasangkayu, and that's talking about the cultural heritage and ecological connection. The legend of Pasangkayu tell the story of Ijo and his grandma Tupu, who planted mangrove to protect the beach in Tanjung Babia. When a greedy neighbor named Pua tried to cut them down, the Ijo returned from the sea and defend the trees, the mangrove, teaching the village the importance for the environment. In the end, the villagers united to preserve the mangrove and naming them as Pasangkayu. And now the people say Pasangkayu. Okay, the analysis, the Pasangkayu story provide a fascinating insight into relationship between folklore and ecology. Folklore as a preserver of the cultural identity, it transmit a collective wisdom and preserve cultural identity across generations, naming the mangrove trees with Pasangkayu that symbolize resilience and reflect the community values. Second, ecology embedded in storytelling. The story integrate into ecological wisdom into a cultural narrative. And this mangrove are portrayed as a symbol of ecological stability and biodiversity. Folklore also advocate for protecting natural research for future generations. And the third, there is a redemption and collective responsibility. Themes of redemption highlight community values of individual transformation, and with the story emphasize ecological stewardship, share the responsibility and strengthening community bonds and addressing environmental challenge. There is a critical reflection with this folklore of Pasangkayu. The Pasangkayu legend, not just a cultural story, it's demonstrate how folklore integrate ecological wisdom that can be guiding communities to balance tradition with environmental sustainability. However, as society evolves, folklore must be adapted to remain relevant to modernization. Integrating the legend into modern education and digital platform can make it more accessible, but there is a risk oversimplifying or misinterpreting its value. So the challenge lies in preserving core value, unity, resilience, and respect for nature as the story to adapt to the new context. For lasting impact, younger generation must be interpret the story, ensuring it's evolved while retaining the original wisdom. To conclude, the story of Pasangkayu bridged the cultural preservation and environmental conservation. It's promote environmental stewardship while maintaining community identity. Its ongoing adaptation ensure relevance in addressing modern ecological and cultural challenge. The story serves as a powerful reminder of enduring a connection between the cultural heritage and ecological responsibility. That's all from me, Arvind Ramli. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arvind, for sharing the folklore from Indonesia. In fact, folklore preserves the collective consciousness of culture and that community concern that is reflected, in the paper which you have shared with us. That is really, quite connecting. I can also connect with many folklores which are there in Rajasthan, in India, and then how could we see the same kind of the collective consciousness which others across the cultures also share, because we all are one. So thank you, Arvind, for your paper. I think it was a joint paper because I have one more presenter, Dr. Zainatul Shuhada Abdul Rahman. So I think this one is the independent paper. Dr. Zainatul Shuhada Abdul Rahman.
Yes, I have my own paper also.
Okay. I would just like to introduce you to the audience here. Dr. Rahman is a creative writer, academic and stage director specializing in media communication, intercultural studies and creative writing. She holds a PhD in media management with degrees in creative writing and communication. She has published books, poems and journal articles and presented at national and international conferences. So I will invite you for your presentation, Dr. Rahman.
Thank you very much for such a great, wonderful introduction. As Asian Region Director, I sincerely thank you to all delegates, Asian country, Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia, together with me in this prestigious Academia International Writers Capital Foundation, especially from University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Can I share my slide, please?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
I think our organizers can
I'll try
help.
my best. Take a very short presentation. Can you see my slide now?
It has not come yet, but I think it is in process. Yeah, now it is visible.
Okay, I'm going to presenting about exploring semiotic in the Tulang Kata poems. Okay, and this is about the presentation. Introduction to semiotic and the poetry. Okay, I'm not going to touch much about this. I straight go to the meaning of the poem. Yeah. In a poem, I found that there are hujans, air, and rahmat, many times mentioned. And in Malaysia, many poems we are used to give interpretation close to the nature in our poem. All right. For example, as we mentioned here, hujan as a renewal. In the poem, hujan or rain serve as a powerful symbol or renewal. It reflects the cyclical nature of life, where rain brings life to the earth, fostering growth and the rejuvenation, while also evoking a sense of melancholy associated with its gentle persistence. And also air, we call air as a purity. Air representing water in its gaseous form signifies purifying and sustenance. This duality embodies both the spiritual and the physical vitality, emphasizing the importance of clean air and water for life and well-being. And also we used to mention rahmat many times in our poems as a divine blessing. The concept of rahmat or grace in the poem is interpreted as a divine blessing. Yeah, rain is associated with the favorable moments for prayer, for symbolizing hopes and the spiritual connection. This highlights the cultural significance of rain as an act of mercy. And we used to also mention, for example, a semiotic analysis true of Bagimu Negeri. This is the title through the poem. Yeah, we have a kering, hujan, and a tandus. Let me. Okay, all right. For the kering means dry. So these elements symbolize exhaustion and depletion, representing a state of desolation and lifelessness. Yeah, it evokes a feeling of
loss and the impact of the environmental neglect. And we also used to mention many times hujan or rain. The rain serves as a symbol of renewal and the hope. It represents the cleansing and nurturing qualities of nature, suggesting that after hardship, rejuvenation is possible. And also a tandus or barren. This represents barren land, highlighting themes of sterility and the emptiness. It reflects a lack of nourishment and the vitality, inviting contemplation on the consequences of neglect. And we used to mention also as a rebirth or storm. Storm symbolize chaos and the disorder. It reflects internal and external turmoil, illustrating the struggles and the conflicts that can arise in life, both personally and socially. And for analysis of Kota Dua, also exploring the symbolism of nature in the poetry, we used to also mention same like tulang kata, tanah, akar, daun-daun, baja, and the subur. And for the tanah or soil, represent inhabited land, symbolizing human existence and the sustenance. It formed the foundation of life, reflecting both stability and the potential of growth. And for akar or roots, denotes origin and ancestry, emphasizing foundational connections. Roots connect living beings to their history and also the heritage, grounding them in their cultural identity. And about the daun or leaves, this is also as a symbolized growth and the vitality, representing nature's cycle. Leaves are essential for photosynthesis, embodying life-giving processes of nature. And for the baja, fertilizer symbolize nourishment and enhancement. Fertilizer enrich the soil, promoting health and the growth, reflecting the importance of care and the attention in the cultivation. And subur, we used to mention many times in our poem also, same like a tulang kata, subur. Mean fertilized, reflects the fertility and the prosperity, emphasizing thriving growth. Fertile environment is vital for the continuation of life, showcasing the rewards of nutrition the nature. And this is my conclusion about the asymmetric analysis. Exploring the intricate symbols of nature in the tulang kata poetry through thematic symmetries analysis, enhancing readers' appreciation. And this is my acknowledgement. I would like to give my respect and gratitude to the founder and the CEO, Writers Capital Foundation Chairman Pratibha, and also the Secretary General, Writers Capital Foundation, Irene Dora Kapdia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahman. It was very interesting to know the symbolic significations of the natural elements, the way it is presented in your poetry. And because we have already crossed the time limit in many ways, so I would not like to keep you waiting for long. We are just coming to the close, and I think there is one vote of thanks which is pending, because presenters we have already covered, and I'm really delighted to have such rich session today where I could hear the voices from the different culture, could share the cultural consciousness, could see the nature as a part of the humanity, the way we have discussed here, the way literary writers have projected that in the different works. So thank you so much for giving such a wonderful experience. And I'm sure, this initiative which is taken by the Writers Capital International Foundation is going to contribute a lot in the upcoming time. So with these words, maybe I can hand over the mic to the organizers back. And I could see Dr. Milan Franch is basically given the responsibility to carry it forward, I suppose, because I could not see Dr. Aparna.
Ma'am.
Okay, you are here, Dr. Aparna?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think, Aparna, we should end the session because we don't have much time for the open discussion.
Sorry to interrupt you. I think there is one more presenter, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell me the name? Maybe
Ma'am, Dr. Hema Suleika. I don't know whether she's present. Dr. Hema Suleika Hashim.
Okay,
actually, there are two presenters from Asian country, one from Malaysia, one from Indonesia, actually. Dr. Hema and also Iqbal waiting.
Okay, okay. Because I don't have a name in my list, so maybe you can just announce if there is
Yes, ma'am.
any
Yes. Yes, that name was
additional
added.
present. Okay.
Added at the last moment. So I'll just share her details. Dr. Hema Sulega Hashim, a senior lecturer at University Technology, specializes in metalworking and jewelry design with a PhD in integrated design from University Putra, Malaysia. She blends art with philosophy, inspiring students to explore creativity. She's a former jewelry designer and has experienced academic leadership. She has made significant contributions to innovation and research in her field. So now I welcome Dr. Hema Sulekha for her presentation.
Hello and very good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Okay, last but not least, I'm very short and precise and very, can you see my slide here?
Yes, Dr. Hema, we can see.
Okay, sure. All right. So today I would like to share with all of our dialogue members for today about the creating narrative landscapes in contemporary jewelry design. So basically, my background is actually designer jewelry and also silversmith, and this is the idea inspired from the nature mostly. So basically what I do in my life, in my journey, normally I will take the scenery, the environment to be my character in design. So probably I will go direct to introduce about the power of storytelling in jewelry design. Contemporary jewelry design goes beyond mere ornamentation, becoming a canvas for narratives, evoking emotions, and telling story through intricate design and captivate the materials. And this is how the idea connecting with the nature world. So basically we do have a tree, but obviously it's more, but the most important parts of the how that nature inspired us is through emotional connection. Jewelry with a story behind it resonates deeply, creating a personal connection between the wearer and the piece. And of course, there is the cultural significance of the product, of the items, and jewelry often reflects about the cultural traditions, the belief, and the story, preserving heritage and transmitting meaning across generations. The third point is the unique identity. Through the narrative, jewelry allows individuals to express their unique stories. What is the best story about the personalities and experiences through the personal ornaments? And there is four role jewelry in celebrating the beauty of nature. We have encouraged about the using organic materials, and the role, the others role of the jewelry celebrating is more towards symbolic representation, and there is the artisan craftsmanship, okay, while using the traditional techniques that are combined with a modern innovation, resulting in pieces that are both visually stunning and durable. And of course, last but not least, about the powerful, the importance of the sustainable practice, the ethical sourcing and sustainable practice are emphasis reflecting a growing awareness of environmental responsibility. And we also encourage to highlight the cultural heritage by using the traditional motif in designs that incorporate motif and also patterns from specific cultures, preserving and celebrating heritage. And that is the continuous in the cultural storytelling, where the jewelry can act as a visual narrative. There is a story behind each of the design, and it will encourage us how that we can have this creativity to commute and to have the good community engagement. Okay, while doing the collaboration with artisans and communities, it will help and ensure the preservation of traditional craft techniques and also cultural knowledge. And for the designing for emotional resonance, the sentimentality, the symbolism, and also the personal expression, it's encourage us how to have this the grateful, and we can encourage ourselves. And even though for the designer, how these jewelry pieces are often associated with significant events or emotions, and also creating lasting memories and personal connection. And by using this nature symbolism, there is specific motif, there is a specific gemstone and other materials that we can combine together to have a very great items. And for time being, we are celebrate the sustainability of nature in contemporary jewelry design. How we personalize our storytelling is actually when people or when customer need to customize the jewelry. So we allow that to incorporate their idea, their own story and experience into their piece. Okay, that is more significant. And also we can come up with those sustainable luxury items, inclusivity and diversity based on what they have behind the story, and we come up with a very good product. You know, they will satisfied when see what is the intangible that we can tangible the story. And this is the conclusion of the future of storytelling in jewelry. We continued exploration of new materials, technology, and design approach in innovation, and we not neglect the emotional connection and towards sustainability. And Pablo Picasso once said that everything you can imagine is real. Of course, design is not merely an art object, but also a symbolic medium that weaves a connection between humans and the earth. Much like literally works that bring a story to life, the jewelry engraved the narrative of existence into metal and also gemstone. So this function of philosophy emphasizes that inspiration from nature will remain ever relevant, shaping art that bridges the gap between humanity and the natural world, the sources of its sustenance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hima. Very interesting presentation. It was in fact alluring to see the jewelry and you feel like, you know, it should be there with you at least once you part piece of jewelry telling your story. So all those dimensions which you have covered, like, you know, within the whole arena of the jewelry designing, it is very, very applauding. Thank you. So maybe now, Aparna, you can take over.
Yes.
Iqbal, I think there is another one.
So we are already running short of time. So without further delay, let me invite Professor Dr. Milan France for the official vote of thanks. Dr. Milan France, she is currently serving as the principal of St. Saviour's College for Women, Aluva, Kerala, and the steering committee member of Global Nexus series of International Conferences 2024. She is a bilingual poet, writer, orator, and researcher. She is also a professor and research guide in English literature. She has contributed to teaching, writing, research, leadership, and sociocultural activities. She has written numerous poems and articles in English and Malayalam and has co-authored 4 books. She has published many research articles in national and international journals of repute, and she has chaired several academic sessions, has been invited as speaker, resource person, and has presented papers in national and international conferences. She has organized various national and international seminars. She is a member in various academic, cultural, and professional organizations and a reviewer of many international journals. She has contributed to many universities and colleges as a member in the Board of Studies and Board of Examinations in English Literature. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I know it's too late, but we cannot conclude without a word of gratitude. As we are coming towards the close of this inaugural session of the Innovative Initiative, it really gives me a sense of fulfillment and gratitude, along with all the members present here. This is just a beginning, a humble stride, certainly towards a great leap. The Global Nexus series of international conferences is set to unfold in the coming days, offering us extensive chances to explore and connect on a global scale. This evening has been truly delightful, filled with inspiring talks, insightful discourses, and impactful presentations that have fostered new bonds of perception. It is both an honor and a privilege to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who made this event a resounding success. We are deeply grateful to Professor Meenakshi Mohan, chairperson of Global Nexus series of international conferences, for her insightful and commendable presidential address. She focused on our responsibility to work in harmony for creating a transformation in the world around us through creativity and commitment. Thank you, Professor Meenakshi, for your esteemed presence and enlightening speech. We were greatly inspired by the message of the distinguished writer Padmabhushan Dr. Pratibha Ray. She spoke about the role of artists in bringing about societal reform and in tackling contemporary issues. We express our sincere gratitude to her in her absence for inaugurating this event and illumining our minds with her creative brilliance. We express our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Nandini Sahu, who kept us inspired and motivated by unraveling the relevance and dimensions of green cultural studies. Her valuable perspectives have enhanced our understanding and made this event all the more meaningful. Thank you, Dr. Nandini, for giving the keynote address and for launching the website of Nexus Review. On behalf of everyone present here, may I express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Ambiga Anand, who graced the occasion by launching Quill Compendium 2024. Thank you, ma'am, for your presence and good wishes. Our gratitude also goes to Dr. Bhumika Sharma, our wonderful moderator for the evening. Her thoughtful facilitation and her ability to manage the presentation smoothly made this session enjoyable and enlightening. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to extend special thanks to Dr. Aparna Ajit for being an exceptional host today. Her seamless coordination and her ability to engage with the audience enhanced the overall experience of the event, and we truly appreciate her efforts. I also take this opportunity to thank all the delegates who attended and presented papers. Your participation has added tremendous value to this event. I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude to the leader non-pareil, the dynamic president of Writers Capital International Foundation, Professor Preet Padmanabhan Nambiar. His tireless effort and meticulous planning were instrumental in bringing the entire event to life. Only a few have the dedication to make things happen while working behind the scene. And we are all deeply appreciative of Preet's commitment, energy, and attention to detail in ensuring excellence. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to Professor Irene Cavadia, Secretary General of Writers Capital International Foundation, who worked with Preet in organizing this maiden event of Global Nexus. Her warm welcome and gracious words have set the perfect tone for this event, and we are truly grateful for her thoughtful contributions. I thank the entire team Global Nexus for the concerted effort and commitment towards this program. Once again, our sincere thanks to everyone who contributed to this event. This has been a memorable occasion, and we are deeply grateful for your involvement in making this event a success. Thank you.
Aparna, I could see one message there in the chat box. There is Mr. Iqbal, who is a speaker and waiting from Indonesia. Could you see the chat box?
Please, ma'am, let me. Yes, ma'am, I've seen the message, but I don't know whether it is a joint paper.
Okay.
No,
I just want...
Mr. Iqbal alone paper by himself. Iqbal? Mr. Iqbal?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm here. My voice is audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Can I start my presentation?
Yeah, I think you can give your presentation in brief, because I think the organizers have almost ended it with the vote of thanks. So, but still we all are here, so maybe you can share your views in brief.
Okay, so my presentation is about the specific bird from my hometown. It's called jalak lawu bird. So basically, it's a bird that specifically live in Mount Lawu in East Java, Indonesia. So I will start my presentation about this this bird, a jalalawu bird who live in my district. So basically, there is a myth and conservation of with this bird. It's called jalak lawu bird. So I will explain why it's called jalak lawu bird and etc. So hello everyone. I hope you're doing well. My name is Muhammad Iqbal, and I'm really excited to be here today to talk about my research on the influence of the myth of the jalak lawu bird on conservation efforts in Mount Lawu. This research explores how local myths and cultural beliefs, like the one surrounding the jalak lawu bird, shape conservation practices in the Mount Lawu region of East Java. You might be thinking, how does myth relate to something like biodiversity conservation? But what I've found in the cultural beliefs, specifically the myths of the jalak lawu, are key in guiding local conservation efforts and shaping how communities interact with the environment. So let me share some of the insights from my study and explain how the ancient myth contributes to protecting the ecosystem today. So the jalak lawu bird is much more than a species. It holds deep spiritual and cultural significance for the local communities living around Mount Lawu. According to the myth, the bird is reincarnation of Kiai Lawu, a revered spiritual figure. This belief is a core part of the local culture, especially in villages like Cemoro Kandang and Cemoro Sewu. For these communities, the jalak lawu is seen as a spiritual guardian, connecting the natural world with supernatural. This belief is not just something people talk about. It's brought to live through regular rituals, like sedekah duang, where offerings are made to the bird to ensure both the well-being of the community and the protection of the environment. The idea of the jalak lawu is an ancestor reincarnate makes it a guardian of the land, deserving of respect and protection. This belief deeply influences how the local people approach nature, especially when it comes to wildlife conservation. In short, the myth creates powerful bond between the people and the land, making conservation not just a practical need, but a spiritual duty. Let's dive deeper into how this myth shapes conservation efforts. The first one, cultural connection to the nature. One of the most striking aspects of this myth is how it shapes the relationship between the community and the natural environment. Believing that jalak lawu is the reincarnation of the spiritual ancestors fosters deep respect for the bird and its habitat. This cultural respect has led to real actions. Local people protect the bird's nesting areas and avoid hunting it, seeing harm to the bird as a violation to their ancestral values. This reverence for the bird has translated into conservation practices. For example, the myth discourages hunting, encourages the creation of sanctuaries, and even leads to the ritual cleaning of the bird's nesting sites. This spiritual approach to conservation has been essential for the survival of the species. And then the second one is about ecological and ethical implications. The jalak lawu is more than just a bird. It's a symbol of the balance between humans and nature. The myth turns the bird into a divine entity that must be protected, making conservation not just a practical task, but an ethical obligation. This belief has guided local resources management, helping protect not just the bird, but also the entire ecosystem of Mount Lawu. And the third one is community empowerment through the myth. Perhaps the most profound aspect of the MITE is how it empowers local communities. By connecting conservation efforts with cultural identity, the MITE encourages locals to see themselves as guardians of both their heritage and the land. This sense of ownership strengthens their commitment to conservation, making it a collective responsibility to protect not only the bird, but also the natural balance it represents. Of course, while the MITE plays a powerful role in conservation, there are still significant challenges. The first one is about the habitat degradation. Mount Lau's ecosystem is facing threats from deforestation, agricultural expansion, and human encroachment. The population of the Jalalau has plummeted to only 500 until 700 individuals, and its habitats is rapidly disappearing. As the forest is destroyed.
Sorry to intervene, Iqbal. Could you please conclude your presentation?
I'm sorry?
Could you please conclude your presentation?
Okay. Okay, so to wrap up, the myth of the Jalalau bird offers us a unique way of looking on how culture and reservation can work together. The belief in the bird's spiritual significance has not only helped preserve a species, but also foster a sustainable relationship between the local community and the environment. However, the challenge like loss and socioeconomic pressures still exist. To overcome this, we need to integrate cultural beliefs into conservation strategies and create opportunities for local communities to take an active role in protecting both their heritage and biodiversity. By valuing and using these cultural narratives, we can build a more inclusive and sustainable future for both of the for the people of Mount Lau and wildlife to protect. Thank you so much. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Iqbal. Very interesting presentation, talking about how the cultural beliefs can be instrumental in conservative practices. Very interesting and very relevant. I think, Aparna, now you can take over because all the presenters are covered.
Yes, ma'am. I hope everybody has given their presentations by now. Thank you, Professor Milan Franz, for the touching word of thanks. I feel, in fact, the last words turned out to give a lasting impression to the entire conference series. And all is well that ends well, says the renowned word of heaven, William Shakespeare. So we look forward to seeing you all in the upcoming or the coming conferences of Global Nexus series. And thank you all. Wish you all a good day and good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day and good night to everybody.
Good day and good night, everybody. It was really wonderful to be a part of this. Thank you so much.
Good night, everyone. Good.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone from Malaysia. Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you so much.